What's up, buddy? I hope you're ready for what we have in store for you.
I'm never ready for what you guys have in store.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I meant by that. Will and I have been discussing tactics all day.
Yeah, we're running the show tonight, guy, just so you know.
Yeah, it's your one shot, but it's our show.
You're officially on the clock. Well, I'm seeing, by the second, maybe by the minute. I'm shooting for the coarse language.
Oh yeah. See how quickly we can get that explicit rating.
What's our record? All of about 5 minutes.
It was literally no. It's a good one. It's like 15 seconds. Like as soon as he popped in, I think it was Anthony popped off something about the Guildhall, and it was like immediate. Fuck you.
Oh goodness. All right. Well, wait here. Let me just. What the hell happened? Oh, there's. What the fuck? Copy this. Nope, that's not working. Sorry, I had something set up and then now I'm trying to figure out. I changed something, and so now trying to make sure I have all my shit together. What the fuck? I'm sorry, guys. Oh, there it is. Okay. Never mind. I'm good to go. Okay. All right. So is everyone ready?
About as ready as I think I could be.
All right.
Oh, I'm ready. Whenever you are.
All right. I don't know if I'm ready. That's the real question.
Do you need a break before we start?
All right. So we open up on the somewhat seasoned adventurers after just finishing a job and then moving on to the next town. The party finds himself coming up to a large lakeside town that is, many buildings built out right alongside the lake, some even out onto scaffolding and docks that extend out into the water with very large tree covered mountains in the background, the sun getting low in the sky, a very picturesque view as you come up onto the town known as Glimmerwell. Um, the party makes their way into the town, seeking a respite and refreshments after their day's journey. And would the party like to introduce themselves now as you make your way through the city gates into Glimmerwell and begin looking for a place to wet your tongue?
And Glimmerwell is like a big city or a small town?
It's kind of between a big city and a small town. I have a picture here in my document, and I'm trying to see if it will not let me copy and paste it into the chat for some reason. So that's annoying.
Discord's a dick like that sometimes.
Yeah, what the hell? But yeah, you guys can, I'll try and figure out, see if I can get these pictures into the chat while you guys introduce yourselves.
Okay. Ugly Jack, back once again. A large, muscle-bound fighter type. You see wearing a chain shirt that looks more like a chain wife beater. A big, broad, muscly man, bald, covered in scars. And one of these scars has actually disfigured most of his upper lip, and thusly always showing a few of his teeth, no matter what facial expression is beholden to him. Aside from that, tight leather pants and an axe on his side. Ugly Jack looks about cautiously as we kind of enter the area.
All right. Some of you guys are familiar with Duke Swellington. He is my barbarian. He is a little over 6 foot tall, absolutely shredded. He's got a variety of instruments on his pack and typically is seen carrying his battle axe, which also doubles as his lute. It is both an axe in form of weapon and instrument. He's not wearing anything aside from what could be considered a slightly short for his size kilt. I think it's established canon that he does not wear anything underneath. And he's got a real thick handlebar mustache, wearing kind of like a cloth, essentially bandana. And you can see what appears to be like a mullet sticking out from underneath the bandana. He basically, if Murica, not America, but Murica was a country in the Forgotten Realms, he would very much so be from there. Think Macho Man Randy Savage becomes a bard.
Amazing.
I guess you see a kind of lingering along with the group, maybe not with them directly, maybe kind of off, close enough, probably like 10 or so feet behind. You see this tall, slender, but powerfully built being, probably standing around 7 feet tall or so. And you see this lizard folk, and all I can really think of when I'm describing him is like the Dilophosaurus from Jurassic Park. He's got like kind of like the fin on top a little bit, maybe a little bit of frill around his neck for show, and he's donning leather armor with a kind of beaten up and scraggly with a rapier at his side as well. And his eyes are black, but it's almost like kind of like a chameleon eyes. Like you see one that's kind of like in place, but the other might be looking up or around at different things. He just kind of has this really unsettled look on his face constantly. You see that one eye that's just going everywhere, just tracking everything that it sees. Kind of, so you see this being kind of traveling, looming behind the party. Wayne the Lizard Brain.
Oh, Wayne. I remember Wayne. All right, in our last adventure.
What up, brothers? My name is Dwayne Chapman. I'm a beagle that got lost in the Fey realm and somehow got turned humanoid. So as I came out, I became used my skills of sense to the test. I became a bounty hunter. So he's about a 5'7" humanoid beagle. Has a for my magic common, I took an item called Shift Weave. So he has this cloak that changes into different outfits of 5. So he could walk into a building and goes from a cloak to dress up clothes to traveling gear. Just in
Amazing.
looks. But he's okay, but he's trying to bring down these ruffians. It doesn't matter who pays him. He just hunts them. And people just call him Dog. And at first he got pissed, but fuck it.
All right. So as you guys are just walking through this bustling, lively town. It seems to, do well for itself. There's not too many. None of the neighborhoods that you're walking through look extremely poor. I mean, obviously, there's a separation of income, so you can see like the smaller houses and the larger manors. Um, but there's not really anything along the lines of like slums or beggars just on the street. It's just kind of a prospering town where everyone is just at the very least doing pretty well. So as you make your way through, you kind of hit this town square, and you walk by a notice board, kind of like in the center of town. Um, and you notice that there's only one note posted to this notice board, which is kind of odd for you guys. You're used to going through towns where there's a message board and there's always somebody asking for help, or just dozens of job requests or things of the like. But you guys notice there's only one note posted to this message board. What would you
Duke
guys
looks up
do?
at the party and says, "You guys think that note has something to do with that weird guild hall?"
Am I the only person that notices everyone around here is pretty wealthy? Are we the bad guys in this story? What's that note say? Ugly Jack will walk over to the note.
Right, as you walk over and take this note off the message board, you see like the pretty finely written scripts. Just a quick message calling kind of like a calling of action. Calling for assistance in a job. It says it's from the Temple of Eldath, which happens to be a goddess of nature and peace and prosperity, and kind of just like the very good, nice side of nature, not the gritty underbelly where it's like eat or get eaten. It's kind of like the sunshine, half glass half full kind of nature. But that is the note is from that temple, and it's requesting a group of adventurers or man of arms to assist in escorting a small group of youths traveling to a summer camp. And it lists that it's about a couple days travel away, but they're essentially just looking for, as far as the note says, just looking for a few guards to make sure these kids get to their destination safely.
Duke looks over at Jack as he's like looking over the note and says, "Says there's something about a man of arms," and he just flexes his massive biceps.
All I'm wondering is like if you guys think that these goddess worshipping ladies of nature are like super hot. Maybe we should go help these chicks out.
We should check them out.
Fine. I just kind of stare at Wayne and like shudder.
I lift up my frill, go.
All right. So you guys make your way through the town, asking a couple people for directions here and there. Everyone seems pretty hospitable. No one really turns away. Some of them do give an odd look at the scary looking lizard man following behind you by about 5 paces. But overall, most people just point you in the right direction, and you come to this grand, not massive, but a pretty decent sized temple cathedral looking building. One of the few buildings that you have actually noticed that is built of stone here. Kind of built it up to stand the test of time. Um, but as you do you enter into the temple?
Prior to venturing into the temple, can we look around and see like what kind of like you said that there's not like a slums or anything, but as we're kind of making our way through the city, Can I do like a perception check or something to maybe see like what kind of settlement is this? Is this like a human settlement? Is this like a mixed like racial community? Is this like Dragonborns? Like what kind of settlement are we running through here?
Yeah, just give me a just basic perception check as you're kind of walking through the town and eyeing the different citizens.
Comes out to a 15.
Yeah, easy enough. You kind of start clocking people as you're walking through, and you see a variety of different races here. It seems that there's not much, uh, not really one that sticks out more than the other. It's kind of just a variety of, there's half elves. There are not as you do notice that there are not as many, pure elves, like high or what elves, but there's a few, and then decent amount of half elves. You see some dwarves. You see some halflings. Um, a couple dragonborn here and there, but it is primarily of the more human-looking races. Just the s- scattering of full elves, and then many half elves and dwarves and halflings.
All right, noted. Thank you. That's it. Before Ugly Jack would take a good look around and kind of gauge the community. Uh, Also, kind of making a note if there's like any hostile folks around, shady looking folks or even guards, anybody armed. He's keeping an eye out.
Yeah, of course.
I guess Wayne would walk up to the maybe like the temple door, and maybe just kind of like put his ear to it or whatever's hole in his head, whatever the fuck he has, and just like kind of listen. Go,
So put your ear to the door of the temple.
yeah, my ear hole.
Okay, your ear hole. Yeah, give me a perception check. Do you stick your ear hole to this temple door?
I got to find out my modifier, but it is a nat 20 on the.
Okay. Yeah, so you hone in, your tongue's darting in and out of your mouth, tasting the air. Um, we really got to come up with a new name for it, but your ear hole pressed up against this large oak door in front of this, or at the entrance of this stone temple. And you hear some like hustle and bustle, some like murmuring of talking on the other side. You can't, it's kind of hard to pick out exact, words that are being said because it's a thick oak door, um, like the rest of the building, built to stand the test of time. So it's kind of hard to pick out exact, words, but it just seems like regular, normal conversation, nothing like hasty or high in emotion or anything like that. Just, it sounds like people talking.
That's rude, Wayne. You're just supposed to go in. And I push the door open, even though the door where he's got his head up against.
Duke Swellington is gonna play like a pretty serious guitar or like lute lick as an entrance theme for Jack as he busts in the door.
Oh no! I just pushed the door open. Anyone inside would just see Wayne standing in the doorway.
Oh, even better.
Wayne, give me a dexterity saving throw as you're leaning against this door, intently listening. Because with the nat 20, you're listening hard, trying to figure out what's going on. So you're like leaning in. So as Jack just pushes this door open, give me a dex save, not a high DC.
All right, deck save. We are looking at 21.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're fine. You're just standing there, haven't moved an inch. But as you open the door, you kind of look over and glance inside. Uh, Duke playing this sick riff behind you. You all see a large half orc gentleman wearing bright green robes. Oddly enough, it kind of clashes with his skin, so it looks a little weird, but you know, what's he gonna do? It's the robes of his temple. Gotta, wear it. But he looks to be older. He's got a, gray in his hair, kind of crow's feet on his eyes. And he was talking to just some random initiates, some other temple assistant, and sees a lizard man crouched down next to a now open door. Um, oh, hello there. Can I help you? Do you need assistance? Are you hurt? You, you it's not exactly normal to crouch down when you open a door. Is your stomach all right?
Wayne stands up and takes like one step, puts his hand on his like rapier, not pulling it out, but like in like a defensive, just like, do not misunderstand my sneaking tactics for weakness or misery.
Oh, I meant no offense, I assure you. Just worried. It's not often we get folk creeping in, sneaking around our temples. So I was just making sure that you're all right. I see seem to be friends that you have brought with you. Is there anything I can do for you folk?
Well, first of all, it was sneaking. I was sneaking because this guy kicked the door open. I had it all under control.
I'm sure you did.
No, what our friend's saying here is we saw your flyer and think we're here to help, but we don't really know who you are, so it's a little weird. I'm Duke, by the way.
Ugly Jack will hand him the note that he picked up from the mission board or whatever.
Oh, yes. Ah, yes, yes. Oh my goodness, this is such a relief. Actually, we were starting to get worried that we were going to have to send the kids off without any guard. But yes, please do come in. If you're interested in the job, I can absolutely explain the details to you. And he kind of, ushers you in further into the temple as he um, goes off to the side to where there's a little, table and a few chairs spread out around it, and he sits down.
Okay,
My name.
before everybody enters, I think Ugly Jack would kind of just turn to Duke. Yeah, you fill me in on the details, mate. And Ugly Jack would remain, in and around this doorway, like rather than go into the church proper. I think he's gonna remain within arm's distance of the door, posted up, keeping a watch.
All right. Zig gives you a curious look, but doesn't say anything about your decision. As I'm assuming the rest of the party comes inside, he sits down at the table. I mean, it's not too far from the main entrance. You're maybe like 30, 40 feet away, being at the. But he sits down, introduces himself. Or no, he already introduced. No, yeah. My name is Zig Bradish. I am the head cleric here at the Temple of Eldath. We are looking for, as you know, a group of adventurers, men for hire, men at arms, people who know their way around a sword, to escort a group of youths to a summer camp. It's only about 2 days travel, but we do need chaperones, for lack of a better term. Now, I apologize if the notes may be a little misleading. Maybe not misleading, but left out some details. But this is not just a regular old summer camp for kids. This is actually a camp for some of our troubled teens that grow up and cause enough trouble around here that it's either off to the brig or they go to this camp and hopefully come back more respectable and less troublesome.
Oh, so you guys are like one of those scared straight programs, right? You know, we rough the kids up a bit, show them that they don't want to end up like these guys, and they come back, become, nice members of society.
Oh,
Not quite like that exactly. We don't rough them up at all, but it is a chance for them to get away from any poor influences and to, get out in nature. And we have a great influence, the man who leads the camp, who has been doing this for quite a few years now, and he's been met with great success. Um, but no, it is nothing of the sort of roughing them up. We don't abuse our children. It is just a chance to get them away and get them under the guidance of a gentle but firm hand who can lead them back to the path of being contributing citizens to our society.
Well, I can totally.
That's a good program. Teach them now so I don't have to hunt them later.
Uh, I would assume that you would be some sort of primary context, bounty hunter of sorts, but yes, that is essentially what we are going for.
so this isn't a fat camp.
No, I mean, sometimes we get kids that are a little hefty, but this camp is not made to get them fat or get them less fat.
Is there any hefty kids in this lot?
And he like leans back and thinks for a moment, kind of like looks through his mind's eye. No, no, all of them are actually quite, you know, not fat.
Ah, drat.
But as I was saying, you will be in charge of escorting these three teenagers, as they are all between the ages of 15 and 17. Uh, to this camp, you will have a temple chaperone as well to come along with you. She's an initiate here at our very temple. Her name is Mabel Genley. She's a young, aspiring cleric. Uh, she has confidence issues. Part of the reason why we're sending her on this mission, so to speak, trying to boost her confidence, get her on the right track to being a great cleric, which we believe she has a very good potential to be. But yeah, so she will be coming along with you as well. So it'll be you and four other people. You will receive 300 gold pieces as you leave upon accepting the job, and then another 400 when you get the children and Mabel to their destination. Does that sound agreeable?
Right on, brother.
Hell yeah, man. I mean, you can sign me right up. Y'all got no, it's not like a band camp. Y'all got like a band program because Duke's always looking for a gig, Gonna teach these kids, and he's gonna whip out this like curved horn that is essentially a saxophone and just give a sick little jazz sax rip.
Zig actually gets into it. He kind of like, you hear him like tapping his foot a little bit along, and he like nods. Apparently you've found a secret love of his in jazz. Well, we don't really have a band camp or any specialized schooling here. We have a general education that we provide. The city or the town provides the youths of this location, but any specialized apprenticeships or anything of the sorts, they would have to go to a bigger city to find that. And most do, many do. They'll go off and become an apprentice to some great person in a certain trade and then come back and live life here, or some don't come back. Some continue on their lives, traveling and living in the big cities. But yes, nothing quite like a bard camp here. Well, we do have quite a few taverns that I'm sure would greatly appreciate a bard's musical expertise.
Hell yeah, brother. He just gives a thumbs up.
He just kind of like nods and then looks back to the rest of the group. So you'll be meeting the camp leader is a gnomish man by the name of Kane Caverty, and as I said, he's been running this camp for years. He is awaiting your arrival in 3 days' time, and as I said, it takes roughly about 2 days to get to this camp. It's in the little southeast of where we are now. So you would be leaving tomorrow if you accept this position. The temple, of course, will provide a horse-drawn wagon for the children to ride in, along with Mabel, who will be steering the carts. And then we can as well provide mounts for the party if you need them. If you have your own mounts, of course, obviously, you may use those. Or if you feel like running alongside on foot, that is fine as well.
I think my friends and I will definitely take you up on those mounts. I don't think any of us have any of our own. That being said, these are troubled youths, as you called them. Is there anything we should be aware of with these kids? As they have a proclivity for fire or anything in particular? Just if we're gonna be guarding them, I hate for one of them to fuck that up.
There's no fat ones, right?
No. As I said before, none of them are fat. But no, none also really have a proclivity for fire. I can give you some details about the three teenagers. One is Lobelia Swift. She is a Lightfoot halfling. She's 15 years old, I believe. She's quite rebellious. Her father happens to be the town mayor, and so as you can imagine, he has a very strict idea of what he wishes his children to act like, and she appears to be rebelling quite fiercely. She has been caught many times playing practical jokes, various temple clerics, drawing dicks all over statues and effigies, as well as stealing from tithe collections. So her father has decided to send her off to this camp. We also have Randall Petrel. He's a 17-year-old, one of the few high elves that live in the city. Not a great population of high elves. They prefer to live in the bigger cities up north. But he unfortunately has grown up in a quite not as well off family as the rest of his peers. But he, general light thievery, and he was also caught making copies of the school's lunch tickets and selling them for a profit. Yes, we assign everyone gets a specific amount of lunch tickets per year for their school days, and he was making copies, forging them, and selling them to students who had a quite large appetite and were not full enough after just one meal. And then we also have the last young one, Unok Cragrip. He is a 16-year-old dwarf, and while his father is one of the best blacksmiths in town, and he has quite natural talent for it as well, he is quite cocky and arrogant and very hot-headed, and he has started fights with just about every other student at his school. Some just for no reason. They just looked at him a way he apparently didn't like, and he just beat the shit out of them. So yeah, nothing really with fire. I would just maybe watch your corn purse and make sure your shoelaces aren't tied together, and then just if you're gonna look at Unok wrong, just be ready to give him a bop on the back of the head, and you should be fine.
Cool, man. So easy enough. So we got rebellious, Lebellius, Randall the Scandal, and Cocky Unaki. I think we can handle that.
Now, what is the level of interaction we are allowed to have with these kids? If one of them starts acting up, I'm sure fatally is out the window. But would a rear naked chokehold be acceptable?
He kind of looks around to make sure nobody else is, listening in.
He would
Listen.
see Ugly Jack listening attentively from the door.
Listen, just don't break any bones. Don't do any permanent damage. If any of them give you too much trouble, like especially, I'm mostly worried about Unak. Like I said, he's very hot-headed. If he starts picking a fight with you, just don't hurt him too bad. You put them in their place, make sure they're not gonna cause danger to the rest of the group. But I mean, don't actually hurt him. Randall and Lobelia, I don't see those two kids doing anything to deserve anything more than a smack on the back of the head. But yeah, just don't kill them.
All right, I got you, brother. No bruises that can't be explained.
And you said Randall Love Handle was the one selling the lunch tickets.
Randall Petrell, but yes, he forged tickets that was given to him by the school and was selling them to students who wanted more food. You missed out on the fat kids, I guess, because their parents didn't send them to this camp, but he is not one of them.
You just see Wayne just kind of taking notes. They don't even make any sort of sense, but he's just scraping on his armor.
All right. Well, as I said, you have the rest of the day to yourselves to get prepared. You are not expected for 3 days, and it's only about 2 days of travel. So, please explore the town, stock up on your goods and whatever things you may need, and then yeah, we can be on your way tomorrow. We'll have everything prepared: the mounts, wagons, and whatnot. The children, of course, obviously.
You've got to have the delinquents to get them there.
Yes, that is one necessity. They do need to be there to go to the camp. Yes. So he kind of stands up and brushes off his robe, smooths them a little bit. If you would like to meet back at the main gate of the town tomorrow morning at sunrise, as I said, everything will be prepared for your departure. And I will see you then. As I said before, there are many taverns and inns that you can find some place to refresh yourselves before the day's travels tomorrow. And there are also many markets throughout town that you can find some goods that might help you along the way if you need them.
Yeah, let's just go get drunk.
No.
Hell yeah, brother.
Where's the white women?
I elbow Dwayne. Just go. The lizard likes the white meat.
Jesus.
But does he go after the breast or the thighs?
Definitely thighs.
This guy's a thigh guy. Duke will pat his muscular thighs just underneath that too short kilt.
Yeah, so he kind of chuckles, shaking his head as he leads you out of um, the temple, and then promptly closes his doors behind you, and you guys have the lay of the town for the evening.
Now, if we pause for just a second, can we take a moment to appreciate the fact that basically a youth counselor just hired us to escort 3 troubled youths to a camp after we made very obscene remarks and then basically were like, yeah, we gotta work in the morning? Fuck it, let's get drunk.
I mean, it's crazy, right? I mean, I was literally just thinking about robbing all these folks, and then they just give me their kids. Anybody up for kidnapping? No.
Well, it's not kidnapping if they give them to you, you know.
Ah, shit. That's a catch-22.
Oh, no, that just means that the law can't come after us, you know?
I mean, if they're just giving them to us, they're no good for ransom, then I imagine. That's a bummer.
Oh, that's fair. Well, we could probably sell them. I mean,
We could fatten them up.
I don't know.
Well,
the one that just rocking around, drawing dicks on everything. I think we could take her at the very least. The others, I don't know.
keep them around for a little while anyway. Probably make for a few funny stories.
So let me get this straight. We're supposed to beat and terrorize these children and then deliver them to their new babysitter? Is that the gist of it?
Yeah, that's the gist of it. I mean, pretty much, you know, only if they get out of hand, though. You can't just, you know, like, you got to have a reason to knock them around. But, you know, one way or another, we got to get them there. So, you know, by any means, right? That's what the guy said.
By any means.
And I think it's important that we state this. I just feel like it should be said. We're not allowed to eat the children.
Ugly Jack looks at Wayne.
Wayne's just like during this whole like interaction where like everyone's in this like temple, like you know, Duke is up talking and Jack is in the back by the door. Wayne is just kind of awkwardly in between like them, like so he's like halfway in, halfway out, but he's just looking around with that eye, just looking around, seeing if he sees any fat kids.
Give me a perception check.
It's a +0.
And you guys have made your way outside of the temple at this point, so you're kind of like standing out in like this small square on the steps to this temple as you notice your lizard friend intently staring around, gazing over the crowd. Or not crowd, but gazing over the square looking for something.
I'm rolling this in chat because if I find a fat kid, all hell is breaking loose. No fat kids.
Yes, unfortunately, you only see one kid walking next to his mother. He looks to be a halfling walking next to his mom. So he's very small, maybe like 8 years old, kind of holding his mom's hand, and he is not fat.
What a waste.
What's wrong, brother?
I'm just a little hungry.
And just so we're clear, we bring the kids to the counselor, the camp, and one piece is required, like, I assume, alive and well as part of the stipulation. It's not like a weird ceremony or something.
Yeah, no, we definitely have to bring those kids there alive. And they're sending a chaperone to make sure we don't, you know, mucking up too much.
Perfect. Ugly Jack would like to find a bar and drown his sorrows, I guess.
All right, so you guys start wandering aimlessly through this town, trying to find a bar, and it doesn't take you too long till you walk up on this nice cabin looking building, like full, not really planks like a lot of the other buildings here, but just like full like log structure. Um, and there is a sign above the door that reads "The Nasty Cello," um, and you hear loud music coming from inside, stringed instruments um, coming from the interior, and laughter and loud voices. It's the sun's kind of like dipping below the horizon now, so it's people have like finished their work and they're all coming here to you know lay off some blow off some steam.
I guess I'd find us a table and order us around.
All right, yeah. So the party walks in, and the interior is as ruckus as it sounded from outside. There's a small stage in the corner where there's a half elf man looking to be in his like mid 20s, playing a rather dirty looking cello. It's very beat up. There's like dents and chips in the wood, but surprisingly doesn't sound bad given his condition. He's just playing some very upbeat music. It's filled with people just talking loudly, laughing, just carousing. Uh, you go up to the bar, you see a dwarf bartender with a thick, huge, unruly beard. They order you a round of drinks. Yeah, that'll be about 5 silver pieces for all of it, please. I got all the customers, so if you don't mind just handing it over, here's the drinks.
I will put the 5 silver on the counter, and yeah, is this bartender's Dwarven?
Yes.
Thanks, there, lad. Bring my crew around and sit down and drown my sorrows until we figure out something to do till morning, I guess.
All right. So y'all, you sit down, you got your drinks, you got music playing along in the background. Is there anything in particular you guys are looking to do other than drink, or anything you're looking for, anything at all? And this is D&D.
Wayne is kind of has his mug and he's kind of tapping, both hands around the base of it, tapping it, looking around with his one eye, and uh, looking for bees first of all. But I'm assuming he probably won't find any. But he is also on the outlook or look for maybe a plump individual in the bar.
Oh God.
Dwayne's going to help look for a plump person, but somebody who looks shady.
All right. So give me 2 individual perception checks since Wayne is just looking for any sort of fat person, and uh, Dog, the bounty hunter, is looking for a shady fat person.
I said plump, not fat.
Is there okay? Plump. I'm sorry.
One's delicious, obviously.
That's a 19 for Dog.
All right. Wayne, you are just like in such a hungry fever that your eyes are just darting around so fast. You're barely able to see, make out people in general. Your eyes are darting in two different directions all over the room. And, you see shapes that look like people, but your eyes are just moving too fast trying to find someone that it's just kind of a blur. Dog, you on the other hand, you see, I wouldn't call him plump, but he looks to be like a guy who used to be, muscular, but kind of like let himself go a little bit. So he's got like a little beer gut, and he's not as really like defined. He doesn't really have like muscle definition anymore, just kind of like bulk. But he is kind of sitting in the corner, by himself with like just leaning up against the back, his chair kind of leaning back against the wall, just sipping on a beer, kind of minding his own bit. Oh my God, I'm having a stroke. Minding his own business.
All right. I got two things I want to do here. So dog is going to one thing I could do with my rogue being a soul knife is I could choose creatures up to my proficiency bonus, so my 3 companions, and we could talk to each other telepathically.
All right.
And that'll be for 1 hour. So telepathically, he's going to tell Wayne to go around to the alley, and he'll bring him a treat.
Oh my God.
On the alley.
And then he's going to approach the guy, kind of grab a chair, turn it backwards, and sit down with a drink, and just be like, "How's it going, brother?"
Kind of cocks an eyebrow at you and leans forward so he's not kind of on 2 legs of the chair anymore, kind of stabilizing himself on all 4 legs, and gives you a wary glance because random stranger who looks like a dog um, just came up to him. Hi there. Can I help you?
You said I saw that he used to be shady, so I'm going to try to talk to him at Thieves' Cant and see if he recognizes it.
All right. I'm just gonna roll a luck check because I didn't plan for this, so I don't know if this guy knows Thieves' Cant. 1 to 10, he knows Thieves' Cant. 11 to 20, he thinks you're saying gibberish or doing weird shit with your hands. Okay, so he knows Thieves' Cant. Yeah, he understands Thieves' Cant, so whatever you'd like to say using that
So-
coded language.
And Thieves' Cant, I'm going to tell him. So I was running with a crew, and we had to break off, but I got some jewels and silver that I need to get moved right away. So I'm just dropping it as quickly as I can. If he wants to come check out the wares and make some gold real quick.
All right. Roll me a persuasion check. I was going to originally have you roll it with disadvantage, but you knowing Thieves' Cant and him knowing it kind of takes away a little bit of the tension. Holy shit.
22.
Jesus. He kind of, glances around the room and then responds back to you. Yeah, I might be able to find someone who'd be willing to purchase some mysterious goods. Uh, I'll meet you out back in about 5 minutes. You should leave now. I'll follow you shortly after.
I will walk towards the door and stop in the doorway to wait to make sure he steps up.
He doesn't get up, but he does kind of like glance over out of the corner of his eye and sees you kind of like pause at the door, and he just like gives you a almost unnoticeable small nod.
I will step outside the door. Again, just keeping an eye on it, but not going too far. Just like around the corner.
Okay. Yeah, and he kind of does what he says. He waits a few minutes, finishes his beer, and then stands up, and you see him walk out and start heading in your direction towards like the side of the building.
I will duck into the alley and then I will hide.
All right, give me a stealth check.
+8.
I imagine while all this was going on, Duke had gone up to the people playing music and just been like, "We got to pick up this energy, guys. I mean, come on now." And he gets the whole band going, and you just hear the bass note to "Another One Bites the Dust," and Duke's just up there facing away from the crowd, tapping his powerful thighs as you're convincing this man to walk out to what could be his death.
Ugly Jack is like the one really drunk, really loud guy that once Duke takes the stage, you get a loud woo and like spilling beer and cheersing towards the ceiling.
Actually, quick point of order before I roll for this random person who I just created 3 minutes ago. Wayne, when Dog asked you to wait in the alleyway and he was going to bring you a present or a snack, I'm sorry, uh, how would you have been waiting? Would you just be standing out in the open in the alleyway? Are you kind of like, I don't know, ducking behind in a dark corner, sitting on a box?
I was giving this some thought. So as soon as he would have mentioned that he was going to bring me a treat, I immediately would have stood up straight and walked just straight out the door to the alley. And once Wayne had gotten out, he might have like slinked against the wall a little bit, just to kind of look around, make sure no one was around. This tavern, is it like a multi-story or a single story?
It's a two-story building. It's kind of like a tavern inn slash combo. So the main tavern's on the bottom floor, and then there are some rooms on the top floor available for renting out.
I guess Wayne would have attempted to climb the roof.
Okay. So it's not a terribly tall building. I mean, it's kind of like your standard two-story uh, house. So it's about a 20-foot climb, 25 feet to the roof. So give me an athletics check.
15?
15? Okay. Um, it takes you a little bit longer, but luckily you got a head start because you just stood up and immediately walked out the door when Dog said he was going to give you a snack. So, you had the extra time. Um, so you kind of crawl over onto the roof and have just enough time to like sit down on your haunches before you see a stout. I didn't even say what he was. He's just a regular old human. um, uh, you know, like I described before, like he looks like at one point he was like really like well built and muscular, but he kind of like let himself go. He's about middle aged, like maybe like his 40s, mid 40s. So he's got like the little beer gut. His muscle definition is gone, but he's still kind of like a bulky dude. Um, he walks around the corner, kind of like looking back and forth in the alleyway. You rolled a dirty 20 dog on your sneak or stealth roll, so I'm going to roll a perception for Wayne. You roll me a stealth check too, but I'm going to roll a perception check for mystery shady guy. Oh, I rolled a natural 18. I don't know what to give this guy like stats wise, but I rolled a natural 18. Um, I, I want to say
Oh no.
okay. I'm gonna say in his old age he only gets a +2. So, but I'm gonna give it to you, dog, because you had the heads up and you were preparing yourself to hide. So I'm gonna waive it on this time, saying that he does not notice you right away, mainly because um, Wayne, you see him coming around, and he's like probably the pudgiest, plumpest person you've seen so far in the city. That you get excited and kind of like scoot forward a little bit, and your foot loosens a shingle and it cracks, and a tiny little piece falls off down into the alleyway and tumbles, and his eyes dart up and sees you, um, a terrifying visage in the moonlight of this lizard man perched like fucking Batman on a roof, and he just lets out a scream and just bolts in the other direction. Is there anything anyone wants to do?
I'll cast sleep on him.
I'm playing with the band. I have no idea what's going on after they walk out the door.
I was gonna say, like, I think Wayne, I'm kind of like taking it back a little bit. As soon as he would have come out the door, Wayne would have telepathically talked to Dog and said, like, "Is this the treat?"
Yes.
Perfect. So I'd imagine that Wayne would have had his rapier out, like almost like ready to do the strike. Like as soon as he saw him, he was probably already plummeting down for an attack.
All right. So he starts to run away immediately upon seeing you. He gets a little bit of a head start because he saw you and he beat your stealth check. But dog casts sleep. I'm gonna say he's a level 5 rogue, given that he's a shitty character. I gave him. He lucked out and got thieves' cant. So I'm gonna say he's a level 5 rogue. So that's 1d8 per rogue level. Max health. He's gonna be about 40, 45. Between 40 and 45 HP. So let's just say 43. So what is your sleep spell capable of putting to sleep, dog?
I'm casting it at second level. So it's up to 78. So it has up to a 56 potential.
Okay, so yeah, he starts to let out a scream and turn and run, and like the scream is halfway out of his mouth, and then you cast your spell quickly, and he just slumps over, like just face plants into the street. And then Wayne, give me an attack roll with advantage now because he's technically prone and incapacitated. So you're making a melee attack, jumping down on him.
And it's an auto crit.
Yeah, it's an auto crit. So he's got a 43 HP, auto crit, advantage on the attack roll. Also, once you roll your attack, give me an acrobatics check to see if you can uh, roll out of that attack without hurting yourself, because you are jumping off like a 20-foot roof right now. to plunge your sword into the back of this sleeping man.
All right. So first of all, does a 19 hit?
19 on a level 5 rogue. Yeah, he's not wearing anything special. He's in his old age. He's not running around with plate armor or anything.
So okay, and for an acrobat, you said acrobatics.
Yeah, acrobatics to try and like roll out of it so you don't, hurt yourself or break an ankle.
Acrobatics. So 16 plus 11,
Oh
27.
yeah,
All right.
you're fine. You deftly just kind of, that like a parachute roll. So like you land next to him, stab your rapier down through his back, and then you just tuck and roll away from him. Um, trying to do they wake up if they get injured? I can't remember how sleep spell works.
I believe so.
I think they do.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
this,
'cause you
the
can take
spell
an
ends if
action
they
to,
take damage, I'm pretty sure.
yeah, if they take damage or somebody could take an action to like slap them awake. So you did how much damage on that? It's an auto crit because he's incapacitated.
All right. So I got a 1d8 plus 6. So the d8, beautiful 8. So 14 on damage there. I believe. Do I get sneak attack on that as well?
Yes, because you had advantage because he was prone. So add double your sneak attack damage too because it's a die roll and a crit doubles it.
All right. So sneak is going to be 46.
Oh, I thought you were saying 46 damage, not 4d6. Like, oh yeah, he's fucking dead.
Oh, he gone. Okay, so 17 damage on the sneak attack damage plus the 14 base damage.
Did you already double it?
No, that's just basic.
Oh, basic? Yeah, so you just fucking you ruined 14, 17 is what 33, I think? No, 32. Can't do math right now. Yeah, 32 times 2 is 64. Yeah. So you again like a murderous Batman except lizard just leap off this building arms wide. You bring your rapier over your head, perfectly land down onto this sleeping person and slide your rapier right into the base where the spine meets the skull, sever his spine, and then deftly roll out of it and come back up, whipping your rapier out to splash the blood onto the street. Um, and I'm gonna roll a luck check. Uh, let's see. One, two. Let's just say 1 to 10. Nobody is walking around. 11 to 20. There's potentially a random passerby and or guard who is in the vicinity. Not necessarily maybe saw you, but like close enough that they potentially heard, someone scream out in terror. Okay, yep, nope, you're fine. So yeah, you just murdered this man in cold blood. You dart your eyes around real quick, don't really see anyone. Apparently, everyone is either in their houses, in their homes for dinner with their families, or at one of the many local taverns, having a grand old time. What would you like to do?
So first of all, after kind of parachute rolling, stabbing him, and then whatnot, killing him, I think Wayne would kind of look around, like, and then kind of go behind him and grab his legs and pull him like off like the main drag wherever he was to some place. Or I guess we're in an alleyway, so it would be not so visible, but just kind of off to the side. And then he might go through and see if he can find like I don't know. Did people carry wallets back in the day? I don't think so, but maybe something like a personal item.
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, I can roll an investigation check to see if he's got a coin purse or any personal items on him.
Maybe like a picture of his family. I guess that's kind of what I'm looking for.
Yes. God damn it, yes. Yeah, like remember that character that you just made up like 3 minutes ago? We're gonna need a full family backstory. And what's in his pockets?
Jesus.
You're lucky because I do have a -1 on this. So here we go. Yep, that's a 4.
You ruffle around and try and find something, but you, uh, being a cold-blooded, hungry lizard man, you smell the blood and you see his never thought I'd utter these words, his plump body, and you are just overtaken with hunger, and yeah, you are just too distracted to find anything of note on his person.
Perfect. So yeah, I probably will maybe like nibble at his thighs a little bit and then uh, start to size him up. Maybe get a dagger out to carve him up.
Okay. Yeah, so
And I,
you, with practiced ease, um, in this dark alleyway, with laughter and cheers to the fantastic music going on inside, um, carve up this stranger, and however you want to carry this produce, I don't know what to call it.
His
you,
belongings.
you can do that. Yeah, let's while you're doing that, let's our dog, is there anything else you wanted to do from your hiding spot as you watch on as your friend carves up this man?
Nope. Right after I saw him go in there, he would have walked back inside.
All right. So with that, while Wayne is cleaning his fresh kill, let's switch back inside. Duke Swellington, you were hopping on stage and getting the crowd going, pulling out your loot. Did you say, or your axe?
I believe I actually got the band to play Another One Bites the Dust, and I
Oh,
was playing Freddie Mercury style. Like I was vocals and I was tapping my powerful thighs, like facing away from the crowd. But that was several minutes ago before Wayne carved somebody up. So I imagine at this point we're probably reaching like peak of the show, and I guess Dwayne walks back in to holy diver. He's just fucking getting it and he's shredding on his lute.
At this point, Ugly Jack is now shirtless, very, very sweaty, beer in one hand, and is like swaying in the middle of the crowd. And as this large, hairy, scarred up individual, the crowd kind of gives me a wide berth. But I'm like in the middle of the crowd, like woo, casually drinking beer, and at one point looked to be use beer as a cooling refreshment, poured it on myself, So I'm thoroughly a mess and fanboying hard in the crowd.
And for sake of the DM sanity and brevity, I'd imagine that at this point in the evening, things are going to take a bit of a turn. And Duke looks out at the crowd and goes, "Now this one's for you ladies." And he pulls out his saxophone and just does an instrumental Careless Whisper cover in the hopes of not spending the night alone before he has to escort these youths. and he'll get off stage after his cover.
Hey, give me a performance check. For
After
careless
3 songs, is that with advantage? He flexes.
Yeah, I'd say you'd rile the crowd up enough at this point. I'll give you advantage.
I was going to give him the help action.
You were not helping.
You are fangirling.
Yeah, no, Ugly Jack. So you know when there's a mosh pit and like there's the people who don't want to be in the mosh pit, so they form like a circle of bodies. It's like that with Ugly Jack in the middle, except nobody is moshing.
I am the mosh pit.
That is a 26.
Okay, yeah. So there's like a couple women faint, um, and then quickly like their friends help them stand back up, and they're just all like cartoon heart eyes out of their skull staring at you. You've definitely made quite the impression.
And he'll just wink at several women as he makes his way towards the barkeep and just says, "The entertainment was free, but I'm assuming so is my room." And he just takes one of the keys off the wall and walks upstairs. Kind of like looks back over his shoulders at the women.
Yeah, definitely like a few of them like giggle and like talk amongst themselves, like talking to their friends, and like some of them like slapping them, like no, like slapping them on the shoulder, like no, don't do it, like no, my god. And then like three like girls break away from like separate friend groups and just run after you.
And Duke's good for the night.
Does anyone else would anyone else like to do anything before they retire to a room upstairs, listening to the sweet, sweet sounds of Duke Spellington's other instrument?
I think, if possible, Ugly Jack would not go upstairs. He would pay for a room, but he would like drink himself into oblivion. Essentially, like probably fall asleep on one of the tables or the bar.
Uh, yeah, easy enough. The bartender, if you fall asleep on the bar, he's gonna wait till you're passed out, then he's gonna push you off onto the floor. But if you're on one of the tables, he kind of leaves you alone.
Okay, after he pushes me onto the floor, I'll make my way over to a table and groggily pass out there.
All right, Dwayne Chapman and Wayne Lizard Brain. Is there anything you guys are up to before hitting the hay?
Dwayne is going to go over by the fireplace and do that little circle on the carpet. I think kind of lay down.
And there actually is a very nice, like large bear skin rug in front of the fireplace, from somebody, whether the bartender bought it or somebody hunted this large cave bear and gifted it to him. But it's a very nice bearskin rug. So you just do the circle like 4 times, stop, circle around the other way, and then find a comfortable spot and sleep in front of a nice warm fire.
I guess Wayne would walk back in to the probably after finishing his fresh kill and carving it up. Probably walk in to see like basically everyone's gone to sleep. uh, he'll kind of walk over to the bar. If is the barkeep still up? I'm assuming probably finishing up stuff.
Yeah, he looks to be like he's wiping on the counters, like cleaning some mugs and stuff. He looks like he's closing down, but he's still around.
Do you have any wet rags?
Oh man, I mean, I was trying to get some shut eye myself, but yeah, give me a second. And he kind of like walks back off, like through a swinging door, to what you can assume is like a kitchen or storage area, and comes back out with a rag, dunks it into a water barrel on the side of the bar, and then tosses it to you. Now, would you mind leaving me alone? If you're getting a room, that's fine, but I need to clean and go to bed.
Yes, I'll take a room. And he'll like take his cloth while he's saying it and kind of wipe himself down. Like, although, like, I'd imagine there's a little bit of blood on him. He'll wipe his like self down a little bit, and then he'll take the cloth and then raise it over his head, twist it with his mouth open, and like having all the water and blood and dirt just rush into his mouth.
I just rolled a 3 for perception, so he's just like kind of like not even paying attention to like cleaning mugs and wiping down the car. Yeah, whatever. Just it's gonna be a few silver, then here's a key, and just tosses you a key, takes your money, and then just turns and walks back into the kitchen area, none the wiser of your grotesque act.
Dwayne will make his way up then and hit the hay.
Yes, you hear a chorus of feminine voices. About 3. It sounds like 3 separate voices um, from one of the doors that you walk by. But you go to your room. You're used to sleeping in the outdoors where there's lots of noises of nature. So you're able to shut it out and get to sleep. And everyone knocks the fuck out, I'm guessing.
Well, I mean, Duke stays up for a little bit, but yeah.
Yeah, Duke, you're up for like another like hour or two. All right. Oh. You all get your long rest. Not that you guys really spent anything, but
Duke
you get to
recovers
sleep.
1 point of exhaustion.
uh, and then you wake up in the morning. Um, Smell of fresh breakfast being cooked in the room down below, being served out to various other patrons who were staying in the hotel. As so, what would you guys like to do?
I imagine
Anything
Duke
before you
gets
head
up
out?
in the morning, gets out of bed, pulls on his kilt, kind of throws his axe over his shoulder, and looks down at his handiwork, and just says, "Well, ladies, you know what they say. Every rose has its thorn, just like every night has its dawn. Duke's got to be going." And then he just nods them and walks out the door.
That was good.
That was pretty damn good.
Yeah.
I imagine you as you kind of like walk into like the main tavern area. Ugly Jack is like face down, sleeping on the table, rather. Just kind of snoring loudly.
All right. So as the rest of you gradually wake up and turn, come down. I assume one of you kick Ugly Jack awake. Um, you guys have your breakfast, uh, and then you have. It's still pretty early morning. Like the sun is just cresting over the horizon. So you have a little bit of time before you're supposed to meet Zig and everyone else out front at the city gates. If there's anything you guys would like to accomplish before then, but other than that, you guys can head out.
I think Ugly Jack's good after a bit of breakfast and a road beer. I think he's set.
Yeah, Wayne doesn't really eat breakfast there. He pulls out this some sort of meat from his kind of like pockets and is chewing on that.
Duke will crack a couple eggs into a pint and just down it. Like, all right, let's get these kids to camp.
All right. So as you guys kind of walk out, Duke and Lee Jack, give me perception checks.
Ooh, perception. Hold on a second.
That is a 3 for me. I'm busy fixing myself. I look a little disheveled from my night.
You're busy in post nut bliss.
13 for Ugly Jack.
13. All right, so Duke, you don't notice it. You're trying to get your kilt back on right, and brush your hair and all that stuff. Ugly Jack, you as you guys are walking out and walking through the square, you see in the dirt drag marks coming from this like to the left of the front door of the door, leading back into the alleyway, and what appears to be like some sort of like red stain like trailed along behind it. As you guys make your way through the city and towards the front gates, stopping to get directions every now and then, make sure you're heading in the right direction. All right, but as you guys make your way there, you cross through the threshold of the main town gates, and you see off to the side of the path, um, more like a roadway than path, off to the side of the road, um, a large like covered wagon with two horses attached at the front. You see Zig standing to the side of it, looking a bit exasperated. He's kind of like rubbing his temples as he kind of looks out, waiting for you guys to come. And then behind him, you see what looks to be a teenage elf with long black hair, like kind of like part of it like hanging in front of one of his eyes, just leaning up against the wagon, kind of just like twiddling his thumbs, staring at the ground. And then you see a short halfling girl with like a mop of red hair, just running around, giggling in circles around this wagon as another dwarf boy, stocky build, um, and very bright blonde hair, chasing after her, just cursing up a storm. Um, and then standing a little off to the side of both of them is a very meek looking human girl with brown hair tied up into a bun. She's wearing a very similar green robes to what Zig is wearing, so you can assume this is a Mabel, the initiate cleric, who will be chaperoning you. But she's just kind of like holding out her hand, like trying to get them to stop, but like muttering something that you can't hear from this distance. But she looks like she's trying her best, but neither one of the kids are listening to her. Um, yeah, as you approach, Sig looks up to you with a sigh. Hello. I'm glad you guys made it here in one piece.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Ugly Jack smiles at him with his crooked chip teeth.
All right, well, if you come with me, I'll introduce you to the kids. And then he just like yells out at them, like, just stop it now, come here. Like, just kind of like you can tell is like losing his patience. Um, but they all like kind of like stop and look at him and then like slowly walk over. He just goes down the line introducing him. This one is Randall Petrell. And he just kind of like looks up at you like quickly, like just glancing, like eyes darting between each one of you, like taking you in, and then back down on the ground, just like, hey, just like kind of like mutters out softly, like, hello. And he gestures to the little halfling girl. This is Lobelia Swift. As I informed you, the troublemaker daughter of the mayor. And she just gives you this like big charming smile. She knows she's adorable and she takes advantage of it often. She's like, hi, I'm Lobelia. It's so nice to meet you guys. I can't wait for this journey together. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be so much fun. I just can't. And then Zig is like, Lobelia, please. And just like cuts her off. And then the last young gentleman, Unok Cragrip. Unok, say hello. And he just kind of like squares his shoulders and like looks at each one of you in the eye. Oh man, why did you even bother hiring these guys? You really think that I can't defend us on a stupid little road trip going 2 days down the road? Why do we even need them? And then just kind of like laughs at you guys and then just kind of like leans back against the wagon trying to look cool.
Duke is gonna look over and just be like, "This one must be Kaki Unaki," and he's gonna cast Mage Hand and try to sweep the kid's foot out from under him if he's leaning against that, and just knock him flat on his ass and take him down a peg.
Yeah, give me an Arcana check because technically it's like, Mage Hand's like lifting 10 pounds at the most. But I
That's
mean,
fair. I'm pretty much just trying to throw him off balance. Fuck with
yeah.
him.
And he is leaning backwards, like on one foot, like one foot lifted up in the wagon.
I got a 19 for a 22.
Oh yeah, you just kind of deftly craft the magic, and then it just moves out and just flips around the back of his heel and just pulls ever like just enough where he just slips in the wet grass and just right onto his ass, and he just like lets out like, "Oof. Oh, what the hell was that?" And he just like gets up, and is like, yeah, I think something. No, I just tripped.
Yeah, there's
Whatever.
no playing that off, buddy. That one was me. Just because you're strong doesn't mean you're safe. That's why we're here.
He just kind of glares at you. Like, all right, man. I see how it is. And then just kind of walks off and just crawls into the like not crawls, but like hops into the back of the wagon.
And you must be Randall the Scandal. Let me warn you, I'm told that you were making a little side cash, filling people up. But play your cards wrong, and my buddy Wayne here will be filling himself up with you. He'll eat you. I'm not kidding.
As you see Wayne literally like eating bits of human flesh coming out of his satchel.
His eyes go pretty much everyone's eyes go wide with shock, except Lobelia. Hers is like just pure chaotic, just pure chaos energy in her eyes as she like sees and hears what's going on.
Is she the one that was drawing dicks?
Yes.
Ugly Jack walks up to her and during this situation and pulls a piece of chalk from his pocket and hands it to her and says, "I'm a fan of your work." And then just kind of goes back to doing whatever he was doing before.
She just gives you another like big, like adorable, charming smile, and she's like, "Thanks so much. Yeah, I'll definitely have a lot more dicks to draw with all this chalk. Thank you."
I give her the thumbs up on the sly, and then go back to what dealing with the rest of the party or whatever.
Okay. Um. Yeah. So Zig just kind of like lets out another sigh and like rubs his face. All right. Well, now that introductions are complete. Oh, actually, they aren't complete. Mabel, come over here. And he like ushers her over, and she was kind of like standing shyly off to the corner. Um, as Zig had told you before, she's not a confident person. Um, so he calls her over, and she's like, "Hello, I'm Mabel. I'm gonna be joining you guys on this little expedition. Uh, it's my job to make sure everything goes smoothly. So no pressure. But yeah. Nice to meet you all." And just kind of like looks around hesitantly, and uh, her eyes linger nervously, especially on Wayne chewing on his mystery meat.
Don't you worry, little mama. He's nothing to worry about. He's he only eats the bad ones. It's you take the good, you take the bad, right? But he's ours, so you're safe. No big deal. I'm Duke. He'll reach a big arm out.
Yeah, she. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's good to hear. Yeah, it's nice to meet you. And she, returns your handshake. Very, not strong handshake. It's like shaking the like a limp fish. Um, but and then she just, well, um, I'm gonna go make sure the horses and the kids are all set to go. And then we can get on the road. I think Zig has some final information for you guys. Sir, I will see you when I return. And she just kind of like gives like a half bow and then just kind of like rushes off.
Hate to
And
see you
Zig,
go, but I like to watch you leave. Oh, sorry, that was inappropriate.
she stops and then just runs even faster. um, yeah, Zig turns to you. Well, all right. So, as I said, you're gonna take this 2-day travel to the camp. I have a map here for you. And you're gonna have to travel south. There's only one bridge crossing the river, and it's south of here, which means, unfortunately, you're gonna have to go through a not so great forest. I personally believe, and many people as well, it's not just myself, that it's superstition, but people think this forest is not it's wild and untamed, and people try to avoid it as much as possible. But you know, we don't hear too many specifics about anything going wrong, so which leads me to believe that it's just a dark, scary-looking forest that everyone is superstitious and built up to be this awful, terrible thing, when really it's just a regular forest. But yes, here's the map. Uh, it will lead you southwards about halfway on your journey, just before the bridge to cross the river. There's a small campground that is often frequented by travelers and merchants of the like. So much so that I believe I've heard rumors of a wandering merchant who decided to settle down there, who has set up camp and offers, you know, company and safe refuge for the night. So that would, if I were to recommend, that would be the best halfway point um, at that campgrounds right before you cross the bridge. But other than that, I don't think I have any more information for you unless you have any questions that I can answer. But other than that, you should be on your way.
That's good enough by me. You guys ready for this?
Oh, yeah.
Let's save some youth.
Yes, let's go.
All right, well, off you go. I'll be heading back to the temple, and Mabel will report back to me a few days after you leave. So hopefully, it's all good news, and all the kids arrive safely. Please let them arrive safely. Gosh, I do not want to hear any grievances from their parents. All right, goodbye. And he walks back into the city. Mabel has, checked on the horses, gotten all the kids riled up, or not riled up, rounded up into the back of the wagon. There are horses for each one of you, if you would like. Also, Zig would stick around. Like, if one of you wants to ride in the wagon, he would take one of the horses with him, or multiple people if they want to ride in the wagon. Or you can hitch the horses to the back of the wagon and they'll just follow along if you want to go on and off. But there are horses for you guys, each one of you, ready, saddled up, ready to go. And Mabel is sitting at the front of the wagon, holding the reins, waiting for your lead.
Well, boys, it's probably a good idea that at least one of us rides in the wagon, just in case. And he'll wink over at Jack.
I'll do it.
And then, no. This was my idea.
Yeah.
And Duke's gonna walk over and climb in and sit down next to Mabel and just start tuning his lute and look back at the party and wink.
Wayne is also going to make his way into the wagon and just try to wedge himself in next to Randall.
Okay. I mean, it's a pretty decent sized wagon. It could fit. Honestly, if you guys wanted to all just ride in the wagon, Zig would be willing to take the horse. Like, the horses were just another option for you guys if you wanted to ride separately. But the wagon is big enough to fit two people up front, kind of steering it and making sure it stays on track. And then there's enough room for like 7, 8 people in the back of the wagon. Like, it's a pretty big, imagine like a Oregon Trail type wagon. Like, it's like one of those covered wagons that's, big enough to fit, any camping supplies and like rations for the 2 days, and then people in the back. So if you guys wanted, you could have Zig take the horses back, or like I said, you can, tie the horses off to ropes to the back of the wagon so they'll just follow along with you in case you want to use them. It's really up to you guys.
I think Ugly Jack would take a horse and ride behind the carriage.
Okay.
So at Dwayne.
Okay, so I got Duke is riding up front with the nervous Miss Mabel. Wayne, Lizard Brain, the terrifying lizard man, is hunkering down uncomfortably close to Randall. And then Dwayne and Ugly Jack are taking horses in the back. You guys can hitch the other 2 horses to the back as well, or they can, Dwayne and Ugly Jack can lead them next to them. So you guys got 4 horses, and you start, walking off down the well-worn road. It's not paved or anything, but it is. Yeah, this is a well-traveled road, so it's not bumpy. It's just, very smoothed over from years of merchants and citizens alike just traveling along it. So it's quite the easy path. It's a nice, sunny, clear sky day as you start making your way down southwards towards the river. Pretty soon you get up close enough to where, you see the forest on your left-hand side. Very tall, um, thick-trunked redwood trees that are towering up. Like, the shortest ones are like 40 feet tall, and much of them taller as you just ride along down the path. Is there anything anyone would like to do as you just, make your way on this leisurely travel day?
Are the kids behaving, or are they just being assholes? Like, what's the general feel from the transported cargo, I guess?
Yeah, of course. So Ugly Jack and Dwayne get a good view because you guys are riding behind the wagon. Unok is kind of still sulking a bit angrily. in one corner of the wagon because he got tripped and embarrassed, and he's just kind of like huffing and puffing. Like every now and then he like kicks like a sack of like grain or like oats or horse feed. Um, Randall is looking extremely uncomfortable and is like trying to like inch, like he's like leaning as far away from Wayne as he can without like falling over, kind of like just trying to give himself some space between himself and this lizard man. Um, and Lobelia has taken out like a notepad of sorts, like a journal, and she is actually taking that piece of chalk that you provided her, and she's just like kind of like leaned up back against the corner, kind of like holding the notepad close to her as she's just like drawing and like looking around um, at different people in the wagon, and she's just kind of like drawing with this piece of chalk.
Okay,
Duke
noted.
is just sitting on the front of the wagon, like looking off in the distance, like he's not specifically playing for Mabel. And you just hear his rendition of "I Want to Know What Love Is."
Mabel is also staring off, like she's like white knuckle grip the reins and just staring at the path ahead. Like obviously, let me actually run it. Oh yeah, she's like picking up what you're trying to do. Um, I rolled a 19 on insight, and she's a cleric, so her wisdom is high. Um, she's very much picking up on what you are trying to do, and she's just kind of like, like very like back straight, like tense, like white knuckle gripping the reins as she's just kind of staring at the road in front of her, just kind of like pretending like she doesn't know what's happening.
Dwayne's just outside, keeping an eye on everything and keeping his nose open.
All right. So as you, oh sorry, what was that?
Oh no, I was just gonna say. I guess Wayne would be sitting next to Randall and kind of uh, maybe like finishing up a piece of his I don't know, mystery meat that he has, and he's just kind of like wipes his hands together and kind of dusting it off and goes, ah, "You're Randall, right? Randall the Scandal, or Randall Love Handle?"
Uh, yeah, just Randall's fine. I don't think I have love handles. I'm kind of skinny, but yeah, I'm Randall. Why?
Oh, well, perhaps you and me can do a bit of business. And he'll like put his finger down and kind of like, even though the kid's not fat at all, he's probably fucking leaner than anything, but he just kind of grabs like his skin and pinches his sides a little bit.
Yeah, he just like jumps backwards, like puts like another like foot between you two. What in the hell are you doing? What do you want?
And I think you know exactly what I want. And he's uh goddamn.
Right.
Wade's like looking around and he goes, "You still peddling those lunch tickets?"
No, they confiscated all of them. Got caught. But the tickets are only good at my school, and you're a little old to go to my school, so like I don't think they'd really do you any good.
You're telling me they're only for students?
Yeah, I mean, unless you got hired as a teacher, but no offense, I don't think you'd make it through the interview.
Now, how'd make it through the interview? I'd kill them immediately. They wouldn't stand a chance. But back to the matter at hand. So, you couldn't forge any of these tickets.
I mean, I got a pretty good memory, and I still remember what they look like. If I had the right materials, I could forge a school lunch ticket for you. Are you sure you want me to make you a lunch ticket?
Oh, I want all the lunch tickets. Randall.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I didn't bring the right materials with me, but I mean, we might be able to find something that could work.
Well, I'll keep an eye out. What do you need?
I mean, I just paper and some nice ink and a quill. Really, like they're not too fancy. Like it really wasn't that hard to forge them, if I'm being honest. But yeah, just I mean, Mabel has paper, but I don't think she has any ink and quill. I think she just uses like charcoal or chalk.
All right. I understand. Randall Love Handle, we'll talk again. And then he'll kind of get up from where he's standing and then maybe move up to the front towards Duke and Mabel.
And as you move to the front, you hear Duke transitioning to, and I don't want the world to see me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I accidentally said Mabel had the paper and chalk and charcoal. I meant Lobelia, not Mabel. But yeah.
Wayne will turn around.
Do you walk up to Lobelia?
I'm gonna walk up next to her, or maybe like sit next to her. But I'm not gonna make a scene or anything.
All right. And she kind of glances over at you, like with the same wide, chaotic eyes. You're you're pretty terrifying. Yeah, to look at, just in general.
He Wayne's face doesn't even move. It's like he's like staring straight forward, and you see like the chameleon eye kind of turn down and look at her, and being like, "Thank you."
You're welcome. I mean, it's great. I bet I bet you could really scare Unok a lot. Um, cause and then she kind of like leans over and whispers, he gets so like worked up sometimes that sometimes he just falls asleep and takes a nap. I bet if you stood right in front of his face and I just tapped his shoulder and his eyes opened up and he saw you, he would just freak out.
So he falls asleep, and then you tap him on the shoulder. I'm right in front of him. He opens his eyes, spooked, and then I kill him.
What? No, 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 no! You can't kill him. I mean, he's a jerk and everything, but you can't just go around killing everyone. You just scare him. That's the fun part. You make him pee himself a little bit or something, but you don't have to kill him.
Oh, nothing like a fresh centipede. Anyways,
Jesus.
I don't mean to be odd or awkward. But do you have any paper on you?
She looks at your one eye that's staring at her, looks down at her hands that's holding the notebook, and then looks back up at you. Yeah, I thought lizards were supposed to be pretty smart, calculating hunters. Did you not see the paper in my hand?
Sorry, I was looking for little fatties with my other eye.
Oh, okay. Well,
But
yes, I do have. I might be able to spare some paper, but I do have my drawings. It's my passion. I really like to draw. My art is fantastic. if I do say so myself. But I could probably spare you like a page or two.
All right. So let's say I play your little game and I wait in front of this boy, and then you wake him up, tap him on the shoulder. I stand there, spook him, don't kill him. You'll give me a piece of that paper. Maybe two.
She grins mischievously. It's a deal. And then just like holds out her, especially compared to you being a large lizard man and a tiny adolescent halfling. Like it's just a very small hand, but she holds it out to you. It's a deal.
All right. You guys have a deal. And he'll kind of stick out his tongue and lick his fingers and hand and give her a big old solid handshake.
Yeah, she shakes it back and then goes back to her drawing and just like whispers out of the side of her mouth. I'll let you know when he's fallen asleep, and then we can enact a plan.
All right. You just give me a wink with your right eye, and I will scare him.
All right. And then she just kind of like smiles and then just goes back to drawing whatever she was drawing. All right. So the day wears on. Um, Pretty uneventful day. Like I said, like it's a very, you know, sunny, cloudless day, great weather. Duke Swellington trying to serenade the nervous Miss Mabel up front. Wayne half terrorizing, half forming mischievous plans with the kids in the back. Um, but pretty uneventful. The sun. Technically, it's a star. The sun starts to get low on the horizon, starting to get like very dusk esque. And it gets a little darker outside as you all are just kind of moseying on. Can I get everyone to give me a group perception check?
That's a 17 for Ugly Jack.
Dirty 20 for a 21.
Alrighty.
13 for Wayne.
24 for Dwayne.
Alrighty. Pretty good rolls. All right. So as you guys are moving along down this road at a steady pace, it's starting to get darker outside. A few of you kind of like slowly start to notice, like looking off, your eyes just um, drift over to the dark forest growing darker to your left side. A few of you notice it before the others, but you kind of nudge them and get them like point the direction. You see a few shadows kind of just loping through just beyond the forest edge, a little too far for you to be able to really pick out, specifics and details. But you see these three shadows just kind of jumping and darting throughout the forest, apparently kind of keeping pace with you guys. Um, Not really making any moves towards or away, but it does seem like they're kind of following along in the tree line. And they're not bipedal. They do appear to be a quadrupedal.
Am I able to get any scent?
What did you roll on your perception again? It was high. It was,
24.
yeah, 24. Um, yeah, you're not too far. mean, you guys are probably maybe 50, 60 feet from the forest edge with this path. But you smell a mixture of like pine and wet grass and fresh dirt being kicked up. But you also get just the ever slightest hint of smoke, like just a smoky scent in the air.
He'll note it, but not say anything.
Are they like they're just kind of like following us? Or are they like moving like aggressively or?
No, it doesn't appear that they're moving any closer or further away from you. They're kind of staying along in the tree line, just far enough that they're kind of like in the shadows, and it's hard for you to pick out specific details about form. You can see like a generic form. Like it does. Like I said, it is a
Like a silhouette?
quadrupedal. Yeah, like kind of like a silhouette, just a quadrupedal like form, just moving, kind of loping through the woods. Just three of them, just kind of keeping pace with you. Like I said, never moving closer than what they currently are, never moving further away, just walking along, essentially walking alongside.
If I clock that, I would call it out to the party just to make them aware, and maybe Wayne specifically. Like, hey, there's maybe some fresh meat out there, little lizard buddy.
And Wayne will like immediately get up from maybe his spot and run over to the other side to see and look to see if he can see the shadows jumping.
Yeah, you kind of see it too, like I described, just three silhouette, three silhouettes of some sort of beast or something, just loping through the woods, following along at your guys' pace.
Wayne will just stare and won't move, but stay standing.
All right.
And they're on one side of the road or the other or both or.
No. So, as the path goes, so on your right side, you guys are kind of getting. It's towards the end of the day, so you're getting pretty close to where the river bends, and you're getting close to that campsite and where the bridge is at. So on your right side, there's like kind of like hilly plains that are between you and the river. And then on your left side is this large forest of huge, like redwood type trees. And in the forest line is where these three forms are following you.
Okay, I think just keeping an eye on it, make sure they're not like being aggressive or anything. But if possible, Ugly Jack would maneuver his horse to be between these shadows and the cart full of children as we travel.
Alrighty.
Dwayne is going to kind of tie his horse to the cart, establish a telepathic link with the others, and say, I'm going to trail him. Keep an ear open. And then I'm going to slink off into the forest to follow them.
Okay. Are you kind of like circling, like falling back some and then going along like
Yeah.
behind them?
And
Okay.
my terrain I chose was actually forest.
Oh, okay.
So I can move stealthily at a normal pace since I'm basically alone in that instance.
Gotcha. All right.
And while tracking other creatures, you also learn their exact number and sizes.
Alrighty. Yes. Is there any like just a typical survival check that goes and stealth check that goes along with that to try and figure out, or do you just know just from tracking them?
That's that's after an hour. Yeah, when traveling for an hour or more in your favorite terrain, I know those things. And then if you ask for an intelligence or wisdom check, like a survival check, if you want, then I can double my proficiency bonus if I'm proficient in it.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So give me. So you guys do have roughly about an hour before you're at this campsite that Zig pointed out for you would be a good halfway point. So you could follow along as long as they keep following along. But unless you want to, if they do veer off, you can make your choice there. But yeah, go ahead and give me just a stealth check. I'll give you advantage because you're in your favorite terrain. Um, because you're trying to stealthily follow these things as they're keeping pace.
That would be an 18 on stealth.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So you kind of just sneak on behind them. Um, how far? Like, do you want to keep like a good distance between you and them, or are you trying to get close?
Well, I'm trying to not get too close where they'll pick me up easily, but close enough that I can start to tell something about it so I can convey what's on the outside if they are something worth focusing on.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So as you're kind of following along and tracking them for the next hour, um, you're able to get close enough. Give me. Yeah, just give me a survival check, and you double your proficiency. Like you said, as you're like studying the tracks as you go, like you're getting that sense that you picked up before, trying to figure out what this is, because it is starting to get dark as well. So it's a little harder to see exactly, but there are other ways for you, especially as someone like yourself. There are other ways for you to figure out what these could be.
A nat 20 for 25.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so as you're kind of like moving along, you're getting down, like you're sniffing the tracks, you're feeling them and getting a good look at the size and how deep these tracks are put in to try and get a sense of the weight of the animal or whatever it is. Um, and you can tell that these tracks actually are very easy to identify for you because they are canine in nature, which, much like yourself, you're. Well, actually, do you have paws or do you have humanoid hands?
Paws with slightly elongated fingers and an opposable thumb.
Okay, but like your feet are like paw esque.
Yeah, they're more like regular paws.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, these are very familiar to you. These are 100% something of canine origin. You pick up the same scent that you smelled earlier, much stronger now because you were closer to the source. It is like a smoky, sulfurous, kind of burnt scent as you're following along behind. But it does get harder for you to keep an actual eye on whatever these forms are. The darker it gets, it's almost like they're blending in. Um, but you follow along for the hour. It is a medium sized creature that you're able to figure out. It's a medium sized creature. It is something of canine origin that you can tell from the tracks. And then you have that smoky, almost sulfurous scent to it.
I'll just convey I'm getting a smoky dog smell. Might be hellhounds.
And do you meet up back with, kind of pull off and meet up back with the crew, or are you gonna do something else?
I'll trail along, still in the forest, but following the group. Just make sure there's no surprises.
All right. All right. So as the rest of you are kind of like receiving this information on the wagon or behind the wagon for Ugly Jack's sake, or no, you're next to it then. But you're still moving along at a steady pace. You got eyes on whatever these forms are, so you're not too terribly worried. You're prepared, but not too nervous. But up ahead, you see a bright campfire begin to fill up in the distance, and you hear the roaring of the river on your right side growing louder as the water rushes past. Um, and Dwayne, you would see this as well as you're still creeping along. Like you see the firelight kind of peeking a little bit through the trees, but you can assume that this is the camp that you were told about. Um, and as the wagon pulls up, you all hear kind of like this little janky tune. It sounds like it might be a lute. Um, Duke, you're able to pick it up. What kind of stringed instrument it is, but it sounds like very out of tune, and it's just not being played well at all. Um, but as you kind of like curve around that final small hill, you see this large campfire with like a lot of stumps placed around it for seating. Um, and you see a lone old gentleman, elven man, very old. He's got like a scraggly, like haphazard beard that comes down to like his like sternum. These very like thick green and brown robes and a you know very much a stereotypical like almost like wizard's hat. And he's got a staff leaning up against the stump next to him, but he's just plucking along like trying to like tune this like shitty beat up lute. But then he hears you guys, the creaking of the wagon wheels, and he looks up and gives you all like a toothy grin and just kind of waves you over. He's like, "Well, looky here. How do you all this fine even? I'm a Dorn Redstream out Arena the Third at your service. You please come join me by the fire and rest your feet. I mean, I'm sure you've had a long day. Looks like you've been traveling. Come on, get out of that wagon. And then just have a seat." He kind of like just keeps trying to like going back to tuning his instrument, and behind him actually you see a single solitary tree, like a large tree, kind of like the ones that are in the forest that Dwayne is currently occupying. But it's one single tree by a bend in the river, um, and you kind of see like there's a very janky looking thrown together shack kind of built up against the trunk of the tree, and then there's like a hole in the roof and a ladder kind of like at a 45-degree angle almost coming out of that roof, and then like leading up to like a second story shack that's like built on top of one of the many thick branches. But he's just like sitting there trying to like going back to tuning his lute as you pull the wagon. Mabel kind of like as a tries to get it in and just kind of like has trouble parking it. Like she has like the horses back up and reverse the wagon, then go forward, and then like finally get in a good spot. And then she like hops on down and oh man, all right, well I think this is the camp that Zig told us about. It's probably the best place for us to rest for the night. I don't know who this old guy is though.
Well, I mean, he's got an instrument. He seems friendly enough, and quite frankly, I mean, you guys hired us, so can't do much worse.
I suppose that's true. And then she kind of like walks off to the back of the wagon, trying to like help the kids get down and get the stuff unpacked. Actually, speaking of, Wayne, as it kind of like the wagon pulls to a stop, you feel like a slight tap on your shoulder, and you turn around, and Lobelia is standing there, and she's like, "Hey, he's asleep. We gotta get him now. But remember, don't kill him." And then she kind of like walks over and just like slowly creeps and sits down next to Unok and just like looks up at you.
Wayne is going to be at the ready and get right up in his face and just sit there and just maybe with his frills out a little bit, with his jaw open.
Lobelia is barely holding back laughter as she taps Unok on the shoulder, and he just kind of like, oh, man, why are you waking me up? And then he opens his eyes and sees you, and he just like screams like a 8-year-old child. Just going, what the fuck? And just like stumbles back and then like trips over something and just like bolts out of the wagon and just kind of like falls out and just like lands on his ass.
Wayne will kind of crack a little bit of a smile and then look for his payment of a couple sheets of paper.
Lobelia is like on the ground in the fetal position, holding her stomach, laughing like so hard she's crying, and she just like holds up 2 pieces of paper in the air as she's just like dying.
It was a pleasure doing business with you.
She
Perhaps
just
we
gives
can
you
do
a
this
thumbs
in
up.
the future.
All right, so once all of that the business is taken care of, Lobelia settles down, meets you outside. Unok looks fucking pissed and is just glaring at Wayne the entire time. But everyone kind of gets settled in, and then Dwayne, do you meet them at the camp?
Yeah, I would have.
Okay, and the actually, for note, you see that so as you can tell on the map, the forest kind of like ends at that river, but it goes a little bit past like where the camp is. So you see, as you kind of like follow along, you get in line with the camp. The 3 shadowy forms, the silhouettes, they just kind of like turn and move off deeper into the forest, following the river eastward. So at that point, you see that they've left, and then you go to meet the rest of the party at the camp. And then, so as everyone sits down, you get out the horses are fed, tied up for the night. You all get your bedrolls out. Doran Redstrom Alderina III looks out to all of you. Just, oh, so I guess y'all are coming down from the main city up north. Uh, so what are y'all traveling for? I mean, I'm sure you've heard of me. I'm just a humble ex wizard adventurer who's uh, living out his elder years, just selling my goods here at this very well traveled road. Um, but what are you guys up to? Just 4 grown men, 3 grown men and a lizard, 2 grown men and a lizard and a dog. If, excuse me if that's offensive. I mean, no offense. And then a lady and a bunch of children. This is quite the odd pairing.
I guess you could say we're a bit of a Motley crew. No, we're just trying to get these kids to camp. I assume we're about halfway there.
Oh, you guys are going to a good old what's his name? He kind of snaps his finger. Oh, Kane Cavity. You guys are going to Kane Cavity's. Oh, that means that these kids have caused some trouble, haven't you? He like looks out at the three kids. Randall just still is like brooding. He avoids his gaze and just looks down. Unok is grumbling angrily and is still just glaring at Wayne. And then Lobelia kind of pauses from drawing, just like, "Oh yes, yeah, we're the troublesome kids. Yeah, we're going to this camp. Apparently, it's supposed to help us to not do anything bad, but we'll see about that." Well, I mean, I've heard that this camp has done wonders in the past. We get a lot of these kids passing through with their chaperones. Um, but yeah, it's good to have you guys here. I mean, I get a decent amount of visitors, but it's always nice to see fresh faces.
Well, on our way in, we noticed some shadows in the forest. Care to enlighten us on what may or may not be stalking your camp?
He looks at you and gets like, I mean, he's got this like very kooky, like crazy, like borderline senile old man kind of attitude this whole time. But um, when he looks at you and hears what you said, he gets like this glint of like fierceness in his eyes. It's like, ah, yes, I've seen those shadowy figures in the forest the past couple nights. I don't know what they are, and I haven't dared go to face them alone. But they also wouldn't dare approach this camp, not while I'm here. And you kind of like almost see like this like arcane just like spark in his pupils as they like dilate. But then he just like quickly, like almost like a light switch, just flips back to his kooky self. But there's nothing wrong. Like I said, they won't bother us here. You guys have nothing to worry about.
All right then. I think Ugly Jack will throw down his bedroll nearest to the fire, get prepped up for being comfy, and he will make it a point to go to each of the children and tell them something along the lines of, well, "I'm off duty after sundown, so talk to the lizard if you need something." I'm gonna go. Ugly Jack will sit near the fire, in or around his bedroll, and sip on his whiskey flask as he kind of cuddles in for the night. Just kind of not quite ready to go claim his rest, but keeping silent and aware, like watch on the goings on in and around the camp.
All right. Is there anything anyone else would like to do?
I guess Wayne would approach the was it Dorian?
Doran Redstream Out Arena the Third.
Oh man. So he would approach the uh I guess, no man, I was going to call him Dr. A, but I guess Dorian, and say, "Did I hear that you might be peddling goods?"
He gets all excited and puts down his loot. Yes, I have many goods for sale. I mean, a lot of people don't really like them too much, but every now and then I get someone who has a keen eye for the mundane and the weird. Are you looking for anything in particular, or would you just like to browse my goods?
I think of myself having a keen eye, and he kind of stands up straight with his hand on his like chest and his one eye looking up to the moon. even though he's had terrible perception checks this entire, trip. I will look through your goods.
All right. Well, he gets up, stands up quickly, just like, oh yes, yes, of course. Like still very excited to be showing someone his wares. If anyone else would like to take a look at my wares, I have more than enough to go around, or you guys can get your rest here. As I said, those nasty shadows will not bother you while I'm around. They never come close to this camp. I think they can sense that they'd be turned away rather quickly. But if you need be, get your rest. I've already had, and he just like starts counting on his fingers. Three naps today. It was a slow day for business. Not a lot of travelers passing through today, but yeah, I'll keep an eye out. So if you all can get your rest, and you little kiddos, uh, don't steal any of my goods. And he gets that fierce glint in his eye again before he turns back to his excited attitude and starts walking off towards the ramshackle cabin that he's got um, leaned up against this large tree right next to the river. So if anyone would like to follow, or if it's just going to be Wayne, that's fine too.
Yeah, I mean, Wayne
Ugly
would go
Jack
over.
will follow for sure, just out of curiosity. He's also very broke, so he's more perusing.
I Duke looks over at Mabel and goes, I'm gonna go wherever she goes.
Mabel blushes and then um, looks up at you. Well, I think I ought to stay with the children. I think somebody should keep an eye on them, and it kind of is my job. Plus, they still need to eat dinner. I've got to get that cooked up. But please feel free. I mean, you can go check out the goods. I'm just going to be here cooking some food. Uh, Not a very good cook, but it should be fine.
No, I'm gonna be honest. I think those kids are a bit of a handful, so you could probably use somebody to hang around. And he's just gonna basically be playing background music while she's cooking,
All
changing
right.
from song to song, pepper in some love songs, but like not directly staring or anything. He's trying to play it cool.
All right. Dwayne, are you gonna hang out at the camp with the rest of the kids? In
Dwayne will
the
follow Wayne, because why the hell not?
All right. So I got Dwayne, and Ugly Jack following Doran. So yeah, he leads you towards the river. It's not a far walk. I mean, it's like maybe like 15, 20 feet away from the camp. He built it relatively close, and the trees relatively close. But it's a very like ramshackle. Like it looks like maybe this old guy built this himself by himself. So it's not prime architecture, but it's form or function over form. Um, and he leads you inside, and it's just this cluttered. This first floor is just this like cluttered room. I mean, there's like shelves all along the walls filled with like random knickknacks, um, and then just like a couple tables that are like have scrolls scattered over it and like random books. Um, but he starts pulling some things off the shelves, and I would like you guys each to roll one, two. Sorry, I'm trying. I have a random table, but the items looked really cool that I found and funny, but it wasn't numbered, so I gotta like count them.
Wait, so you need us to roll something?
Yeah, one sec. Yeah, just roll like a Discord will do like a D50, right? Even though it's not really a normal die.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
they'll
so.
do a D whatever.
Yeah. Just each one of you guys can roll a D50. All right, is it 26, 16? Okay, so first one. Ugly Jack. He starts like picking around the shelves, like he looks back at you, then looks at the shelves again, just starts scattering, just like muttering to himself, "Oh, what would he need? What could he get? Ah, yes!" And he like picks up something in his hands and then brings it over to you. Uh, um. Okay, so he hands you a thin silver band ring with a very very well cut, shining ruby rose, um, a ruby implanted in it that's like cut into like the shape of a rose. Very beautifully well crafted. Um, Now this here, uh, you. I don't want to be mean. You seem like a very nice fella, but you're hard to look at.
Well, thank you. It's true. It's true.
Now, upon donning this ring, you will instantly cause anyone within a 10-foot radius that you so desire to fall in love with you, and you will get a very good benefit at out of character charisma and persuasion checks. um, but be careful because jealous lovers who decide to take a swing at you, they will have a keener eye than usual and be much more easier to hit you. But you also have love. And he just holds out this ring for you.
So Ugly Jack kind of rummages through his pockets. He pats his chest pocket, and he comes up with about 9.5 gold pieces, nine gold pieces, 5 silver, some pocket lint, a rat tail, and what looks to be like a crushed bottle cap. And he kind of gestures to the wizard. This is enough for trade, you think?
He takes the items and just drops the ring in your hand, pockets the coins very quickly, but then just like pulls taut the rat tail. Oh, this is a very fine piece here. I could very easily use this for a component. Yes, that seems like a fair trade for me in this bottle cap. Uh, Whatever. And just tosses it over his shoulder into like a pile of other like just random knickknacks.
Sweet. I put on my ring and I fucking I hand model it like a newlywed for my comrades. Check it out, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just a ring that you can pick someone who's within 10 feet of you, and they will fall in love with you as long as they stay within that radius. And you will have advantage on all charisma or persuasion checks towards that individual. But if there's anyone around, like also within that radius, that has any infatuation towards that person, and they will have like a jealousy will take over them and they get advantage on any attacks against you.
Oh, okay. I like it. Nice.
Um, so he looks at Dwayne. All right, time for you. Let me see. I think I've got something here. And then he just goes back rummaging through other shelves. Okay. he just starts picking around, uh, just rummaging, tossing things over his shoulder. Okay, oh, here. And then he picks up uh, this staff. It's a very uh, intricately carved staff, stands about like 4 feet tall. It's got like floral patterns all wrapped around it, and then at the very top, um, it looks to be like what is carved like something like a cocoon shape. This here, and he just kind of like holds it out gingerly in front of you. This is a modified staff of insect plague. Uh, it does the job. It summons an insect plague, but it is I deal in the oddities. So I haven't tried it myself, but it might not exactly turn out like a regular staff of insect plague. But would you be interested? I think it might suit you.
How old do you have to be to purchase that staff there, brother?
How old? I mean, I don't really have age restrictions. So I mean, if you got the
So
coin,
let me get this straight. Some kid, like one of these kids, walks up and you're going to sell them a weapon to be used in crimes because you don't have the bother to have an age restriction?
he looks at you, kind of like looks up and away, like as he's like thinking. You know what? You're right. I should test this out first. And then just slams the staff onto the ground, like the end of the staff onto the ground. And then you all just hear this like massive like fluttering of wings as this small shack is just suddenly filled with just a swarm of butterflies. Just everything, like every color you can imagine, just different butterflies flying over, like they're landing on, like covering you completely. I mean, it's like 500 butterflies filling this small, like 10 by 10 shack. And Doran is just like cackling laughter as she just holds the staff. Oh, so that's what it does.
Ugly Jack will shriek in terror and throw himself out of the nearest window.
There aren't any windows in the shack, but there is the open door behind you.
Close enough.
So apparently it just makes butterflies. While not damage dealing, I'm sure it could be a useful distraction. They are quite pretty. And just as he's just kind of like looking around at the butterflies, like lifting his arms and glaring or like looking at them.
Now, look at this mug. Do you really think this mug needs the help of butterflies to be considered cute, especially to children? No, you have offended me. And then I'll storm out.
Oh, he looks over at Wayne. Oh, he's a testy fella. Well, I can't be right all the time. Let me see if I can find you something though, Mr. Lizard. And he just goes back to rummaging. Um, okay. And he pulls out uh, this um, this intricately carved, very well carved. Um, looks like a decoy duck, like just like a mallard wooden carved duck. And he walks over like it's like painted, like carved very well and painted. Like it looks like as you would imagine, like a modern day hunting decoy duck would look. Um, Now this here, is a wooden duck. It looks like a duck. It's painted like a duck. And I'll give you a secret. It can quack like one too. All you gotta do is just place it into a body of water, and it will turn into a duck. I believe this one. He like flips it over, and looks at the bottom. Yes, uh, this one is called Lionel, and it's a duck, but also a wooden duck. It'll listen to you. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it swims, dives, does what ducks do. Do you want it?
You said his name is Lionel?
Yes, that it's, and then he kind of like turns it over and shows you, and like on the bottom, it looks like it was like etched in like fine calligraphy, Lionel.
Oh, made in Japan. Great. How much for the duck, the mallard? As he kind of like licks his lips.
Well, what do you got?
Let me fish around. He kind of goes through his pockets and he's pulling out bits of string and maybe a piece of mystery meat. Maybe some like fingernails that were in there that were obviously not his. And maybe a few gold pieces. I'd imagine it'd probably be like somewhere around like 30ish, like yeah, like 35 gold and like a handful of like mixed in fingernails too.
He just kind of like rummages around, like kind of like pokes the fingernails out of like your cupped hands, like moves them, and then just takes like 15 gold. You can have the duck, just if you don't mind leaving my fingernails alone. I like to keep them where they are.
uh Wayne's gonna look at him and is well, actually no, this wizard's not chubby. I was gonna say you
He's
gave
not.
us a picture. You gave us a picture. God damn it. All right. He passes.
All right, well, take care of Lionel. And he pockets the coins, and then, well, I think that's the best stuff I have right now, unless I start rummaging more, which I might do later if some of your friends want some too, but, uh, we should go. I smell something cooking. It doesn't smell great, but I haven't eaten since lunch. So, let's see what's cooking. And he just kind of like walks past you and back out to the fire, a little disturbed by the mystery meat and fingernails.
And then he smacked his stick on the ground, and there was fucking bugs everywhere, on everything. It was terrifying. Ugly Jack sips whiskey and stares scrupulously at this wizard.
He just kind of like walks up to you and like puts his hand on your shoulder. Now, now, ugly fella, I'm very sorry if I scared you. I just, most people aren't that terrified of butterflies. And your friend over there, you made a very good point that I should test things out before if I don't know what they are. So I just thought to test it.
Their fragility and beauty scares me, terrifies me.
Well, I'll make sure to keep the butterflies away from you from now on. And he just like goes and sits down by the campfire. Is there anything else anyone would like to do before bedding for the night?
I think Wayne would just like maybe crawl up in a tree to just kind of maybe stay awake for a little bit after everyone goes to bed, but beyond that, nah.
Okay, yeah, the only tree in the general vicinity of the camp is the one that the shack is built in, but it is a large tree and it's easy to climb with his shack being built there. So yeah, you can like hop up in the branches, um, and just keep like a bird's eye view of the camp before heading to bed.
Yeah, he'll just like sit there like the Dark Knight, just kind of waiting.
I imagine Duke is keeping himself in like the general area of Mabel, but as the night winds down, sort of toning the music down, you just hear him slip into a soft acoustic cover of "I Don't Want to Miss a Thing."
God. All right. So Mabel is blushing and doing her best to ignore you. Give me an insight check. Uh, but as she's cooking, she's cooking a meager meal of like beans and like small stew, like with clumps of like meat rations and stuff like that. But it's not great. It's not terrible. It doesn't taste like shit, but it also doesn't taste like anything. It's kind of like she like didn't season it, so it's just like a broth and some like dried meat. So it's you know not good, not bad, but she tried and she like hands it out to you guys like shyly, like I'm sorry, I'm not the best cook, but I tried my best and I hope it fills you guys' stomachs. I thank you again for keeping us safe on our travels. And then goes back and sits down.
And Duke's gonna kind of like after his first bite, just go, Mabel. Sometimes you got to spice things up a little bit, and maybe bring something new into your life. And he's just gonna like very smoothly cast prestidigitation and flavor everybody's bowls.
Right. Oh, what was that insight check?
18.
18. You see that she doesn't hate. She has a love hate relationship with the attention you're giving her. She is a very shy person. Um, so she doesn't like a lot of attention being focused on her. But you're also a very muscular, attractive man, so she also doesn't hate it.
You have 1 more hour to pull this off, Duke.
Please don't fuck in front of the kids.
Yeah, I know we're under a time crunch and we're like what halfway there. Oh God! Hopefully this doesn't turn into a two-parter.
I think I made a mistake having them be teenagers.
Dwayne takes his bowl of macaroni and cheese and dumps it into some grass and then kind of mixes it around and eats it up off the ground. Like dogs do.
I imagine Ugly Jack would have eaten his portion of this stew, bland or no, like relatively fast. So like when Duke flavors the bowls, he's literally just flavoring Ugly Jack's bowl, and so like as Ugly Jack walks over to return the bowl to the cleric, he's like licking the bowl profusely. Delicious, thank you.
Mabel smiles, and at first, like seeing what Dwayne does, she like looks offended for a second and like really embarrassed. But then she sees you start to eat it off the ground, and she's like, "Oh, okay, he's just weird." Then, as Ugly Jack brings up her bowl, and he's like literally licking it clean, she smiles sweetly, like, "Oh, well, I'm very glad that you all enjoyed it. Uh, yeah. Well, I'm gonna go to bed." And then she like curls down, somewhat near like the kids, because they're more like on the opposite side of the fire than you guys. Uh, and she like rolls out her bedroll, lays down, like kind of next to the kids, and looks like she's starting to go to sleep.
I think Jack will do the same. A couple nips of whiskey, and he'll put his bedroll like right next to the fire, so he can kind of like zone out and watch the embers as he falls asleep.
Dwayne will take first watch.
All right, so Dwayne is taking the first watch. Everyone else is going to sleep. Dwayne, go ahead and give me a perception check. Doran, as he said, had already slept throughout the day, so he's kind of staying up with you. He's softly, very gently plucking along his lute, still trying to tune it, but also trying to keep it down because he knows people are sleeping. But yeah, give me a perception check as you go out through your watch.
It's another natural 20 for 28.
Natural 20 for 28. Um, you don't see much. It's pretty uneventful. Um, every now and then along, because you're kind of like on a in this curve of this river between two forests and some like hills. So like every now and then there'll be like a breeze that blows down from the north southwards towards you guys and kind of like rolls through the hills. Every now and then you just get the slightest hint with your keen dog sniffing senses, the very slightest hint of that smoky kind of scent that you smelled before, but it's distant and it doesn't seem like it's in very close to you.
Noted. And he
Hey.
remembers the guy saying that they are out there but won't come close, so he's just gonna clock it but not do anything.
Gotcha. Yeah, he seems to be, as you, especially with that perception check, uh, like that high of a perception check at 28 is ridiculous. You also do clock that while he appears to be focused on his, like his loots and plucking away and whatnot, he also at the same time just, it's almost like the loot is a secondary action to what he's doing. Like you see his eyes darting around. uh, He'll turn his head sometimes as if he's listening off into the night. So like he appears to be like he's keeping a watchful eye as well. But yeah, your watch goes on without events. Other than that slight scent that you picked up. Is anyone else gonna take a watch, or y'all just sleeping through the night?
I imagine Duke probably takes second watch.
All right. Yeah. So Dwayne, you shake Duke awake as you go to curl up next to your fire in your little circles before you settle down. Um, Duke, you get up and you see Doran is still awake as well. He's at this point finally tuned his lute, the battered old instrument, and he's just softly just playing a little tune. It's not the best. You can definitely play better, but it's you as a musician, you appreciate it. Um, yeah, roll me a perception check for your watch.
That is a 0.
You're just like I said, like as a musician, you're just kind of you completely forget that you're supposed to be paying attention and keeping watch. Also, you feel safe here because Doran did said give you guys that information that they've never those shadows haven't ever come and bothered the camp. But you just get like zeroed in on like trying to figure out like okay, like what time signature is he in? What notes is he playing? Like, can I figure out what song he's in? Do I know this song? Is this a song that he's made up, or is this a song that I've heard before? And you just like spend your 4 hours or however many hours of your watch just like zeroed in on Doran's music.
Yeah, that checks. That checks. I was wrong. It's actually I thought I had a penalty. I have a +1, but I rolled a nat one, so it was still a 2. So yeah, I was just zoning out, listening to his music, just kind of like close my eyes, nod my head along.
Yeah, same outcome. But otherwise, goes without any serious event. Um, I'll say that you guys can finish this out in 2 watches. Um, so as you finish your watch, Duke, everyone gets their full rest in. You all feeling refreshed. You had a somewhat bland but halfway through spiced up stew the night before, so you're feeling good. You eat a quick breakfast and get everything packed up back into the wagon. Actually, one thing of note, especially because of your last perception roll on the last watch, um, you were so dialed in on the music that you didn't notice Lobelia waking up and just kind of like crawling around the campsite. Um, so I need, as everyone gets up and kind of like wakes and starts to stand up and like, do their stretches and take a step to move, I need Dwayne, Ugly Jack, and Wayne to make dexterity saving throws.
A
Oh,
19.
19? Okay.
Dex save. Hold on, I gotta switch to the other thing here. We get a +4 to the roll. 15, 19.
2 19s
And a 16.
and a 16. Okay. So you guys stand up, stretch out as you wake up in the morning and then go to take a step and your shoe gets caught and you like all three of you like almost simultaneously like tumble forward but then like tuck and roll and like stand back up in a stand like squatted stance, and as you look down you see that your all three of your bootlaces are tied together and Lobelia is in the corner like pretending like she's still asleep, like rolled up in her bedroll, like chuck, like you hear her like giggling. Um, but Unok rolled a 5 on his dexterity saving roll. So he stood up, stretched, took a step, and then fell flat on his face. And he is again like this is some of the most pissed off he's been in his entire life. He got scared straight yesterday by a fucking goddamn lizard man in his face. He got tripped by a mage hand. And now his shoelaces are tied together, and he's just face planted into the dirt. So he's like fucking cussing up a storm, like this motherfucking Lobelia. And he like gets up and like starts like I get in his anger forgot that his shoelaces are still tied together, and he takes another step and then falls again, and he's just like grumbling and cussing. And Mabel gets up quickly and like rushes over, like, just calm down, I'll get this. We don't know it was her. Like, what if you just like kicked your feet around in the night? They just got wrapped around. You don't know. Trying to calm him down, and Lobelia is just like cackling in her bedroll as the rest of you deftly uh, tucked and rolled and saved yourself from embarrassment as you untie your shoelaces and relace them the proper way. But you all get moving along. Mabel calms the storm in Unok enough where he doesn't beat the shit out of Lobelia as she continues giggling throughout the quick breakfast. You all get your stuff packed back in the wagon. Doran Redstream Alderina the third waves to you all. Well, goodbye. Thank you all for stopping by, and please do come back. If anything, just to give me some good company again. It was fun spending time with you. Also, I may have some more items. Uh, Wayne, Lizard Man, uh, do enjoy that duck. Please don't kill it immediately. Ugly Jack, yeah, I think that ring will do you a lot of good. Just, yeah,
Just
okay.
no more
Bye.
butterflies, all right? No more. No more bugs. We're good. We're good.
He like puts his hands up, like, okay, okay.
I
And then,
flinch.
he like waves again and then walks back to his the stump that he was sitting on the night before that when you guys rolled up and begins plucking at his loot again as you guys move back on your way. Is there anything anyone wants to do last time before we move out of this camp?
I just figure Ugly Jack will kind of take the normal position, riding the horse behind the carriage.
Oh yeah, yeah, marching order. If you guys don't want to do anything, give me a marching order.
Dwayne will ride up out front.
Alrighty, so I got Dwayne out front, Ugly Jack in the back, um, Wayne and excuse me, Duke. Where are you guys settling down for the ride?
Hmm.
Gonna be right up there with Mabel.
All right. Wayne, are
Yeah.
you riding the horse, or are you in the back of the wagon again?
No, I'm in the back of the wagon. I'm gonna be sitting next to Randall once more, and I'm going to kind of sneakily like look over with my one eye glancing, see if anyone notices, and I'm going to slide him a couple pieces of paper and be like, "Consider this a down payment. I'll get that quill before too long, and I'll be expecting some lunch tickets."
He just kind of gingerly takes the paper from you and stuffs it inside of his like jerkin, leather tunic type thing. Yeah, all right. I mean, still don't know what you're gonna do with the lunch tickets, but if you want me to forge them, I guess give me the rest of the materials. Okay. And then just kind of like again like leans away from you, trying to put as much distance between you two as possible.
Yeah, with the distance gained, Wayne will pull out the mallard and rest it between them.
He kind of looks down curiously at the mallard, kind of nods, appreciating the craftsmanship, and then goes back to just twiddling his thumbs and looking nervously over at you. But as you guys move forward, you quickly come around the bend and see this stone bridge that crosses the river at its thinnest point here in the bend of that river. Um, you cross over with no problem, and then you see that it kind of like the pathway kind of curves around to the right side, and just it's a steep, not terribly steep, but it's a definite incline as you see that it's climbing up this cliff that hangs over the river that you just crossed, and goes up, and you're just kind of moving your way up this incline. The horses are like, breathing heavier and pulling this load up this path. And as you reach the top, I mean, this cliff, you kind of look off to the right, and you're kind of resting like roughly about 100 feet over the river. You can see the tops of the trees of the forest that you passed by the previous day off in the distance. Um, and then in front of you, you see this large wooden gate with like a kind of not fence, but like a large wooden wall, and then a large gate. I mean, the wooden barricade probably stands about like 20 feet tall, and these just large wooden doors that kind of like creaked, like partially open as you just slowly kind of move up to this gate. Mabel's looking. I mean, she already is a nervous person, but she's looking kind of more nervous as she grows, as you guys get near um, to this gate, and you see there's a dense fog on the other side. And through this fog, you can see the shapes of large trees, almost not quite as big as the large redwoods that you passed the previous day, but they're decent size. Like most of them standing about like 30, 40 feet tall. Thick trunks, but they all appear to be just dead trees. Like there's no leaves. It's just these bare branches hanging out like claws over the pathway in this dense fog, just filtering through this forest. Well, yeah, I guess this is the scary part. I think this is the main reason why we hired you. I know Mr. Zig says it's mostly just superstition, but I gotta say this place gives me the creeps. I've never been this close to it before. And even the kids kind of grow quiet. Like Unok, who's pretty much this whole trip because of you guys been grumbling angrily to himself, kind of stops and looks out forward, um, and sees, and they go quiet. Mabel pauses her almost up to this point nonstop drawing to stare forward, and she's looking nervous. Randall the scandal, he's also kind of they all kind of have this air that comes with this area just eerie quiet and nervousness as Mabel snaps the reins and slowly pulls the wagon through the gates. um, all right, so I got what's your order again? It was Dwayne in the front, Ugly Jack in the back, Duke and Wayne in the wagon.
Sounds
All
right.
right. All right. So, as you guys kind of move into this woods, like everyone's kind of looking nervous. Um, it is very quiet. Like, there's like normal like nature noises going on constantly, and you can't really tell that there's all these noises going on because you're just so used to it until you get where it's just utter silence, and it's just unnerving. That is like the feeling that you get as you move into those woods. It's just there's no bugs cricketing or uh, birds chirping. It is just utter silence, other than the breathing of the party, the horses, and the sound of the wheels of your wagon creaking as you just roll through this dense fog, through these woods. Um, you get about an hour into the woods without incidents, other than, just everyone pretty much on edge. Um, but can I get after about an hour, I need a perception check from everyone.
14.
Ooh, 13.
Okay.
Natty 20 for a 20.
A 23 for Dwayne.
All right. So, um, Anyone get lower? No one got lower than a 13, right?
I think Duke did, right?
No, I got a 14.
Oh, okay. Nope.
Okay. So everyone rolled 13 or higher. Okay. All right. So as you guys are moving through, all of a sudden, you all hear it, you all catch it, but you hear just this cacophony of these light flapping of wings, and you all kind of glance up, like dart your eyes up around, looking for what the source is, and then you see just this black mass flying towards you. As just a swarm of bats chirping and uh, darting around and through the wagon. I need everyone to roll a dexterity saving throw. Everyone rolled higher than the DC for the perception, so you get advantage because you got the heads up on it coming, so you get advantage on your dex save. But Mabel failed her perception check. So she is not going to get advantage. Oh, but she rolled high on the deck save, so that's good.
A 25 for Dwayne.
Duke got an 11, but I would also like to cast Speak with Animals at my earliest convenience.
All right, give me a second. Did anyone roll lower than a 12? Duke, you rolled an 11.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where am I? Ah, shit. All right, and everyone else rolled higher than 12? 12 or higher?
Yeah. Wayne got a 24.
Okay, yeah.
Ugly Jack got a 22.
Okay. Ooh. Fail. Succeed. Succeed. Fail. Wait. Yes, fail. Okay. So, Dwayne, Ugly Jack, and Wayne, you all just duck down real quick, fling your cloaks up over your head, and no harm comes to you as these just swarm of bats fly through. But uh, Mabel and Randall also passed their deck saves, so they're able to, even though Mabel had no idea they were coming, she just out of pure terror ducks quick enough that she does not get hurt. Randall also is able to deftly dodge out of the way, but Duke, Lobelia, and Unok failed their deck saving throws. So you take not but only 6 slashing damage as this swarm of bats uh, fly through and around and over the horses and through the wagon and just kind of not even necessarily out of malicious intent, but just out of just you were in the way and they're trying to get past you, just cut you up a little bit. And Duke, you said you want to cast Speak with Animals.
Yes, sir. I imagine like he turns and like gets swarmed by bats and gets scratched up a little bit, but like he's a pretty beefy dude, so he just starts like he takes that moment to perform and just kind of like tries to ride it out and be cool and just like is in the swarm playing Bat Out of Hell on his lute.
All right.
But he'll cast Speak with Animals and just be like, appreciate you guys helping me look cool, but we getting close to that camp.
Um, a couple of them flitter around you, kind of like in surprise, not being used to hearing something other than themselves talk to them. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of close to what camp? There's, I don't. I mean, there's other camps. I don't know what camp. Then just flitter off.
Well, it was nice to meet you. I think we're getting close, guys. They said there's camps. But it's probably going in the right direction.
All right, and then I need one more check from everyone. Give me a group insight check. Actually, yeah, no, everyone's in view. So give me a group insight check.
11.
All right.
That's a 2 for Ugly Jack.
Okay.
15 for Dwayne.
And 16 for Wayne.
All right. So, Ugly Jack, you're still ducking down. Like, you were terrified of the butterflies, and now there's these black, leathery, winged creatures flying at you, and you were just too distracted. Dwayne, you're just like, or Duke, you're still just trying to talk to the bats even as they fly away, so you don't notice either. But Dwayne and Wayne at the front and the back, oh no, at the front and inside the wagon, you guys have a better view. Dwayne, you kind of like glancing back at the bats as they fly away. You both notice that Lobelia is was already kind of nervous. I mean, as everyone was walking in here, but she looks terrified now. Her like hands are shaking. She's trying to like put on a brave face and continue drawing, but it's just like shaking so much she's like barely holding on to the chalk that Ugly Jack gave her as she's like trying to draw. And she just looks much more afraid than the rest of the group as you guys continue to move on through this forest.
So are we still just traveling?
Yeah, you guys are still just kind of like moving through. Mabel, after dodging the bats, deftly, kind of just like chuckles nervously and just snaps the reins again and kind of like gets the wagon moving again. Um, but yeah, you guys are still just moving through the forest at a steady pace.
If I see little Chica looking uncomfortable, Dwayne would go up to her and just be like, "What's the matter, little sister? They're just bats."
Um, she kind of looks over to you, and you see that she's trying to put on a brave face still. No, it's nothing. It's fine. I'm not even really scared. It's no big deal. I mean, we're just going through a regular forest. I mean, there's nothing after us or me or anything. It's fine, right?
Did you piss someone off that they'd come after you?
Roll me a persuasion check. Not a high DC. Pretty scared. And you guys have been relatively nice to her so far.
Persuasion is going to be a 29.
Oh, she just kind of looks at you, not sure if it's just your kind demeanor or the cuteness of your puppy dog eyes, but she just kind of crumbles inward and she starts crying. And she's just like, I'm pretty sure that there's someone after me. It's, uh, so, uh, you know, I got in trouble and my dad wanted to send me here. He's the mayor. of our town of Glimmerwell. And I'm always sneaking around through the servants' quarters in the manor. And one day I heard my mom and dad arguing about sending me to this camp. My mom was worried because apparently my dad has been receiving threats, um, and she thought me being on the road could be possibly dangerous. Because my dad's an important figure in the town, and apparently he's pissed someone off. I don't know, but I don't know. I'm just this is freaking me out.
Oh, don't worry about it. Anybody comes in here, our lizard friend there'll make sure they don't go anywhere else.
She gives you a half-hearted smile, like she's trying to still, again, put on a brave face. But then, almost immediately after you say that, you all hear this earth-shaking crack of thunder from behind you. Like, literally, like you feel the vibrations up in the earth through the horse's hooves and into like your legs. Um, And as you whip your heads around, everyone just, I mean, there's no way to miss this. It was just so loud, like it almost hurts. Um, you all turn your heads backwards and you just see this rolling thunderhead of black clouds. Um, anyone who wants to can give me a survival or arcana check.
That's a dirty 20 on survival.
16 survival.
Oof, 9.
Ooh.
All right, well, the dirty 20 and the 16 definitely reveal it. You both pick up on the fact that this does not appear to be a regular storm. This is not natural. This is not just some normal, uh, not normal weather phenomena. This is something caused this of some other nature than nature. And then you start hearing just this sounds like almost just like a thundering of hooves, just kind of off in the distance, like hundreds of horses just galloping towards you. Not that that's exactly what I mean. That's just like the closest relative description I can give of what it sounds like. But it just you see like things falling from the sky off in the distance from this giant thunderhead, and it just sounds like just this like thundering of um, impacts in the ground, and it is heading towards the party. So you have a this is going to be a limited amount of time kind of deal. So you see something falling from the sky, in like a wave coming towards you. You have a limited amount of time, roughly about like 3 to 5 minutes before this is upon you, and you guys have to find some sort of way, creative or not, to shield yourself from whatever this potential impact could be. You guys can give
Well,
me
I would
ideas.
just kind of shout to the party, from behind. If I knew it was like a magic storm and like something made or created or sent after us rather than something natural, I would try to relay that to the party. And my thought process is to run,
Yeah,
Duke is gonna stand up and stare down at whatever this impact is coming in, and just be like, "Run for the hills!" But he's just gonna stay there and ready in action to cast Shatter if it like gets to where it's about to hit him.
Okay. Okay. I like that. All right. So Ugly Jack is shouting to run. You can still do something else if you want to. Ugly Jack is shouting to run. Duke is holding an action to cast Shatter. I'm assuming above you guys. Is there anything else anyone else would like to do? Any ideas or checks that you would like to make to try and advance or kind of like a skill check challenge, I guess, advance or find a way to take cover or something of the sort?
Yeah, Dwayne would like to see if he could find uh, a hiding spot for everybody in the forest.
Okay. You can either give me straight up perception or, well, they're both wisdom. So perception or survival, whichever one's higher.
Definitely perception. 21.
21. Okay. Wayne, is there anything you wanted to do as well? Wayne, there's a brain. You might be on mute, buddy.
Oh, have we lost him?
You
We
fell
lost-
asleep.
Did we lose Wayne? Oh no.
Oh no, Wayne is still here.
Okay. Guys, any ideas?
I'm so sorry. What are we looking for?
All right, so you've got a from the perception checks of Dwayne and Ugly Jack, you can tell that this is not a natural storm that is rolling towards you. It is very large, dark, black thunderheads moving at an unnatural speed towards you, and you hear a thundering of impacts hitting the ground as things fall from the sky. Um, from what you can gauge, you probably have like 3 to 5 minutes to do something in order to take cover or escape. Excuse me. Escape these impacts. Um, Duke readied an action to cast Shatter above the party. Uh, Dwayne has rolled a very high perception check to look for a hiding spot, which I will get to. And Ugly Jack has so far suggested just fucking hoofing it and full galloping forward. So, is there anything you would like to throw in? Any ideas? Creative? It's kind of like a skill check ish type challenge. So, any creative ideas?
Oh, absolutely. Um, do we? Can I take a look around and see if there is a body of water?
Oh yeah. You give me a perception check as well. While you do that, I'm gonna go to Dwayne's perception check. Um, so Dwayne, you immediately start darting your eyes around. You're sniffing. You're glancing around off to uh, the side, one of the sides of the path. You see a few of these large trees have kind of like just naturally tumbled over and crashed into each other and formed um, somewhat of a lean-to type thing. It's not a large area. It probably wouldn't be able to fit the horses in the wagon, but you think that it might be able to fit the party and the people you're escorting.
All right, if we somehow stash the horses and cart, we could all fit into this small little cave. Give us a defensive position at least.
Wayne, what was that perception check?
It's not great. 14.
Yeah, you see some like a little creek running through the forest, but nothing large enough to where you'd be able to like a group of people would be able to like dive under and get into water, unfortunately.
Would it be enough for me to activate a duck?
It would be enough for you to activate a duck. Yeah, there's a small creek. It's not a whole lot of water needed for this magic item.
I guess Wayne will go and plop this mallard into the stream or brook.
All right. So you guys got about like maybe like 3 minutes now because you guys have quickly like readied your actions, looked around. Dwayne found this area. That took like about like a minute for that all to take place. Uh, so Dwayne has seen this kind of collapsed group of trees and has shouted out that, um, and then Wayne has ran off towards the creek that is nearby, um, and just dropped his wooden duck into the creek. Is everyone following suit with Dwayne's suggestion? As I said, it's not big enough to fit the horses or the cart. I mean, the cart, if it gets hit, probably, it's not a living being, but it definitely won't be able to fit the two, full grown horses.
If he's finding them a hiding spot, then I'll ready my action for that shatter to protect our gear and the horses.
Okay. What's
In an act
the
of self-sacrifice, and as he does it, he's just making direct eye contact with Mabel.
all right?
Ugly Jack will help the kids get out of the cart and grab all their shit and go run into this hiding spot and smack the horse he's riding on the ass so it takes off running and gives them a target to hunt down, I guess.
All right. So one horse is just galloping off through the forest now. Is everyone huddled underneath this makeshift lean-to?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
All right. So what's the radius on shatter? Is it 20 feet?
It's a 10-foot radius, I believe. 10-foot sphere.
Sure. Okay. So you could get you could completely cover the horses. Like if you go over the horses, you could cover the horses and like the first probably 3 feet of the wagon, 3 or 4 feet of the wagon. If you want to do that.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. So everyone just dives in underneath these trees just in time as you see this just hailstorm of like forearm sized icicles just start pelting into the ground. The horses start like neighing and frothing at the mouth. Duke, you time it perfectly and cast a shatter spell over them. Takes out enough of the icicles that are falling down, but the horses do still take some damage, and the wagon takes a brunt of the damage. Let's see. The horses look a little cut up and bloody, but nothing serious. Like you were able to shatter most of the icicles that fell down, but they are a little scratched up. But they're alive. They're well. The wagon is like the leather tarp over it is just punched full of holes. Um, the wooden base of it is just kind of like cracked in some areas, and there's a couple of places where like the planks have just been like punched through. But overall, it seems still drivable. Um, Probably won't last for a long expedition, but you have a feeling looking at your map that you're not more than less than a half day's travel, if that. from the camp, so you're pretty confident that this wagon can still, make it there. But yeah, you guys, hunker down in there. Lobelia is just utterly terrified, like shaking in the corner. Mabel has her like wrapped in her arms, like shushing her, trying to like calm her down. Um, Unok is just looking like his eyes are darting around, just like looking for a target. He's got a lot of pent up anger from the last 2 days or like day and a half. Like he's just looking for something to just punch at this point. Um, and Randall is just still like silent, observing, and his eyes seem to be darting around just like Unok's, but he's not out of anger, more just out of like wariness and keeping a open eye for any sort of danger. But yeah, the storm rolls overhead and passes you guys. You wait 5, 10 more minutes and feel it subside, and everything appears to be safe. Um, what would the party like to do from here?
Let's keep moving.
Agreed. I'd help get the kids back on the wagon and everything, and I guess, depending on where my horse is, I might just ride with them on the wagon at this point.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the horse. Rolling full damage at that. Oh yeah, that horse is dead.
I salute it on our way by as we kind of like pass it on the road.
Yeah, you walk by and it's just like stuck full of like half melted icicles the size of like your forearm.
Hey, hey, Mabel, you saw that, right? You saw me save the cart and the horses, with my music. Pretty rad, right?
She looks very flustered. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that was very heroic. We appreciate you saving the horses. I mean, we kind of need them. Thank you.
No, that's the least I could do. I mean, we got to get these kids to camp, and well, I wanted to make sure you were going to be okay.
You're just she kind of like blushes more. You're just too kind. Um, yeah, I think we're almost there.
I've just got to say one more thing, because I can't fight this feeling anymore. I've forgotten what I started fighting for. And if I have to crawl up on the floor, come crashing through your door, baby, I can't fight this feeling anymore. He gently begins strumming on his lute.
She just looks at you with a curious gaze. Um, yeah, I'm very flattered, but I really. She kind of like leans in and whispers, "I really don't think now's the time for that."
Yeah, no, you're right. That's totally cool. I didn't put myself out there or anything. No, it's fine. So, load them up, move out. Yep.
She just oh, okay, I didn't mean to embarrass you or anything. It's just we almost died. It's maybe when we're out of dangers, out of harm's way, and it just kind of like pats you on the shoulder. All right, so as you guys continue moving through, um, everyone is the kids and Mabel are very on edge as you're moving through this dense fog. I mean, the visibility is made even worse by the recent arcane storm. Um, you're able to see maybe 30 feet in front of you as you're kind of trucking along this path. Um, and as you keep moving forward, you begin to see these crumbled statues on either side, kind of just lining the path. Um, hard to tell exactly what they once were, but um, they're just so old and like covered in moss and just essentially rubble at this point. But it looks like they were once just statues, kind of just proceeding down this path that you're walking down. And then you move into a small clearing. Excuse me. Uh, a small clearing, and the fog starts to drift away. It's still there a little bit, but it's definitely lighter, and you're able to see further down the road. And at the end of this pathway to this clearing, which behind you can see the bright sunlight coming through this dreary fog in this dark forest. Um, you see a large tree trunk blocking the path in front of you. And sitting upon the tree trunk is a lone uh, figure. Uh, looks to be a mountain of a man in full plate armor, um, just sitting there like he's taking a break from just a normal day, just sitting down. He's got a very well made, not quite decorative lawn sword. It doesn't look like it was made for ceremony, but it's just a very fancy, well crafted lawn sword across his thighs as he just kind of sits down there. Um, and as you get closer, you see his helm tilt up and look at the party and just kind of puts two fingers to his forehead and gives a little salute. And he says, you hear him call out, you finally arrived. I'm pleasantly surprised that you all survived my storm, but I promise you, while I would likely enjoy the challenge you would face, it'd be much better for all of us if you just hand over the girl.
Brother, them drugs are going to get your life all sorts of messed up.
Ugly Jack will kind of get off of the cart and put his hands up in the air to show that he's like not armed as I kind of like approach this person. And can I I want to approach him to maybe initiate a bit of dialogue, but as I approach, can I look around and see like, does he have allies hidden in the nearby yonder or something, or is this dude solo?
Yeah, give me a perception check as you kind of step down onto the road and take a look around.
Looking at a big fat 12.
You don't see any sort of no ally, no rustling or movement in the trees on either side of you. It just looks like a dude sitting alone.
I have two questions. One, what is he wearing? I'll save the second question based on that.
Yeah, he's wearing a just full plate armor. He's got a full helm covering his face, with the kind of a Boba Fett kind of eye slits coming down over the nose. Just he's fully decked out, and he's got just what looks to be a standard sized longsword, but it is just very intricately made. Just kind of lying across, like his hand is on the cross guard, and he's just kind of like lying across his legs, flat against his thighs, as he's just kind of just sitting there. He looks like relaxed, like just like he was expecting you all.
Dwayne is going to look at him and say, you should go tell your boss that you couldn't find her and cast suggestion.
Ooh.
So
Okay,
that's a wisdom DC 16.
DC 16. Let me check real quick. He rolled a natural 17 for that +1.
And this is why I don't play casters.
Uh,
You and Sean.
Yeah, it's just kind of like you kind of make the suggestion and flick your hand out towards him, and you see this magical, like kind of like wave, like the heat waves coming off of like a grill on a really hot day, like kind of emanate around his helm, and he like tilts his head for a second, and then shakes his head. That was a nice try, but I think you're gonna have to do a lot better than that. I came here for a reason. I've been paid, and I will finish my job.
oh well, fair enough. I mean, you guys see this guy? He looks pretty ripped. You work out, man, and I'm gonna have Duke start kind of like slowly walking toward him, and as he gets close enough, he's gonna pull out his saxophone and just do the Joe Manganiello from How I Met Your Mother, where he's like on the dock just fucking grooving, and cast Charm Person.
Oh, okay, that's a
Wisdom
charisma?
saving throw.
Another wisdom save. Okay. What's your DC?
15.
That's another natural 16.
Sick. I will take 10 steps closer and cast it again.
All right, so at this point, I'm gonna you're gonna have everyone roll initiative because you're making two spells have now been cast on him, and a third in the working. Um, so he's now he like slowly stands up, like in between your first charm person, and as you get ready to cast your second, he slowly stands up, and then just both hands on the hilt of his long sword gets in a ready stance, and as you begin to utter the words, the arcane words to summon your spell, he lets out this impossibly loud whistle, um, piercing, like almost hurts your ears. Uh, and you hear everyone hears a soft growling and howling in the distance, either side of the path that you're on. And then we are now in initiative. So I did all this work to build maps and incarnate and do AI and write out this one shot. And so because I did all that, my physical map that I'm doing that I have for the actual combat is shit. So bear with me, but it is theater of the mind. But I'll send a pic of the map in a second. So I got I'm gonna have Dwayne, or not Dwayne, Wayne Lizard Brain. You're gonna be the green rock for your marker, because you're a lizard. We'll have Dwayne. You can be yellow. You were kind of out front too, because you were casting spells. Um, Ugly Jack, I'll have you be white. And Duke, you're going to be red. You're out front too. And then the gold is this lone figure. If you just give me 1 second while I calculate get the initiative order in straight, and then take a picture of the map for you guys.
So this dude was for sure trying to kidnap one or all of these tiny humans or kidlets. Is that what the gist of what was happening? Also, he killed my horse. What a douche.
He definitely killed your horse. He admitted to the storm being his. But what he mentioned was it would be in everyone's best interest if you just gave me the girl. He didn't specify who, but he said, just give me the girl. But given your information that Dwayne persuaded out of Lobelia, you can safely assume he's talking about her.
So, guys, should we just give this guy the kids? I mean, how committed to this are we? We were literally gonna rob those people before they made us nannies.
Well, we're trying to get these kids on the right track. So we should at least give them 5 seconds to prove that they're worth the work.
That's a fair point. Giving them kind of like a chore or something. Making them do manual labor. It's good for character.
Well, I suppose if handing him over is not an option, then I guess we'll have to beat on this old tin can.
I don't know with how long Alec is taken to get all his enemies organized. We might have a couple tin cans.
Listen, I'm rolling initiative for 7 people right now. I got all the NPCs. Come on.
That's what I was saying. A lot of enemies.
Well, also your fucking kids and Mabel.
Oh, you could kill them. We don't care.
I still have to get the order that they die in.
But seriously, guys, I think we're probably in agreement. If the kids die, then we just leave. We just don't ever go back to the place that hired us.
we scatter like roaches in the forest and maybe meet up at a different place at a different time.
Why we go back and we tell them that they gave us defective kids and see if they could give us better ones.
Or we tell them that everything went great.
Everything's fine. They're all okay.
You could say everything is awesome.
Okay. Sorry, one more second. All right. Sorry, this is a long initiative order. All right. So, first off, the bat. I'm going to send a picture of the map. The black spots, you're not standing upon a giant cow. Those black circles are trees. Like I said, I threw this physical map together very last minute because I was working on everything else. All right. So, um, yellow is Ugly Jack. Here, I'll put it in the chat too. Yellow.
I thought white was ugly Jack.
Oh, you're right. No, yellow was Dwayne. Red is Duke. Green is Wayne. White is Ugly Jack. Gray is Kids plus Mabel. The gold on the opposite side, where that kind of like rectangle is, that's the log that is blocking the road. That is the nameless bounty hunter. These black circles, like I said, you're not standing on a cow. They are trees, the forest. So first is actually Ugly Jack.
Okay. Let's see here. Can I get within 10 feet of this bounty hunter with a standard action or just standard movement? I have like 30 feet of movement, I do believe.
No. So you're about 60 feet from the bounty hunter right now.
Okay, so I would have to use all my movement and my standard action to dash to get up to him, which I might do. But let me ask a quick DM question. The ring I purchased from the wizard, is that a bonus action or a standard action to use its ability?
Oh shit. That moment and you realize you may have made a grave mistake. I would say
Oh
the
no.
bonus action.
Say that one more time.
I would say it's a bonus action.
Perfect. I will sprint the 90 feet up to this knight while professing my love for him and claiming that he and I should be alone and on the island in the moonlight and forever entwined in each other's arms. And I will use my ring to make him fall in love with me.
Okay. Yes, I would say give me is it with the ring, it's at a advantage on checks. So yeah, give me a persuasion check with advantage.
Nine.
um so again, like he hesitates a moment, and he kind of like his helm glances over towards you, and his hands holding the long sword start to drift down towards his side, but then he shakes his head again and lifts him back up. He's like, "Oh no, you're not getting me that easy."
Well, obviously there would be a courtship. I didn't mean to just like jump into something physical.
Oh man, I feel like that ring's gonna fuck me in this game.
That's all I got.
Random item. All right. So next up is actually Unok. He rolled high on his his initiative. So he's just filled with rage at this point because you guys have been fucking with him for the past 2 days. So he sees all this stuff going down and he just bolts and just leaps out of the front of the wagon. He's got 30 feet as well. Um, he's just gonna standard action, full movement speed, and standard action dash, and he's standing about like 10 15 feet behind you now, Jack, as he's just like frothing at the mouth. He's like pulled out this like wooden like club truncheon type thing, and he's just like looks like he's ready to just pummel someone. And then after that is actually Randall. He's gonna sit back. He's his eyes are darting around. He's looking scared and nervous, but he's um, reaches into his pack and pulls out a little hand crossbow, and he just kind of kneels down inside the wagon, kind of like getting a little bit of cover and just glancing around because he picked up on what this armored figure was saying and is assuming, and he heard what Lobelia said earlier, so he's kind of picked up on the fact that this guy's probably trying to kidnap her. So he's kind of sticking down. He's going to hold an action to shoot anyone that gets close to her. Next up is Duke Swellington. You were the Red Rock. So you had Ugly Jack standing right in front of the armored figure, and then Unok about 10 feet behind him. What would you like to do?
I mean, I'm just gonna keep heading toward the figure. Trying to think. I don't think I can get in melee range. No, not with 40 feet of movement by my count. So
You're about 50 feet away, yeah.
yeah, I'll get 30 feet up and I'll cast Charm Person again.
So you're standing right behind Unok now, and you reach out, cast Charm Person. What's your DC again? You said 15?
Yep.
It's a 16 on the die. So it's
Well,
17 total.
fair enough.
Yeah, he shakes off your Charm Person once again. You guys are throwing spell after spell at him, and he's just kind of grimacing and just out of like sheer force of will, just kind of pushing these spells off of him.
As he sees you deflect that spell off, he just like, brother, I was really trying to save you a little trouble here, and I was just gonna send you on your way, but now he's starting to piss me off, and he's just gonna flip his loot over into like his battle axe position, pull out his drum, which he uses as his shield, and he'll use the rest of his movement. He had 40 feet total to get as close to this guy as he can.
Okay, so you can get like just in front of like Una, like in front of him and to the left.
And I'll bonus action rage, and that'll be my turn.
Alrighty. Bonus action.
Up there.
Alright, next up is Dwayne. I can send an updated picture of the map real quick.
Okay. As a one doesn't count. As a bonus action, I am going to cast Hunter's Mark on our knight. And then I'm going to move up so he's 60 feet away from me.
Yeah, you're actually within 60 feet from where you are right now.
I
Yeah,
am going.
yeah.
So with the Soul Knife Rogue, if I have an empty hand, which I do, when I take an attack action, I manifest a Psychic Blade, which allows me to throw it. And then it disappears right after it hits or misses.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
we're
you
going
attack
to dagger.
dagger.
Oh, and the nice part is once I have my bonus action back, if I use this to attack, I can use my bonus action to form another blade and throw it. And since I have my extra attack from Ranger, yes, I'm going to dagger.
Dagger. I
All
love
right.
it.
So the first one is in. What is my attack? 18 to hit.
18 just hits.
Okay. And for extra attack, I'll just roll it out. Is going to miss. So let's see. For the soul knife, that's 1d6. So 4 plus my modifier, which is 9. And that's of psychic damage plus being a Fey Wanderer. Deals an extra 1d4 of psychic damage,
Okay.
which is another 3 points of psychic. So that's now, what was it? 4 plus 5 is 9. Plus 3 is 12 points psychic damage. And is Ugly Jack within 5 feet of him?
Yes, he is.
Then that's going to be sneak attack.
Nice.
Or not sneak, but yeah, sneak attack. So that's
Yeah, you got
2d6.
rogue levels, right?
Oh, I got 3 rogue levels.
Oh, shit. So you said 12 was the first damage?
12. Oh, this is just the first dagger in general.
Yeah.
So that's another 4 points. So that's 16 points total.
All right. 16 on the first attack.
Let me make sure I have everything on there. Yeah, that's it. And then for the second, it is 4 plus 5, another 9 points of psychic damage.
All right.
Oh, and I forgot Hunter's Mark.
Oh, yeah, add that in there too.
That's it.
For both
D6
attacks.
whenever
Is
I
it
attack. So
one
yeah,
attack or both attacks?
both attacks.
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought.
So that's another 5 points
All
of
right.
just as damage.
Nice. Total 30 damage that round. Nice.
And I will stay in the back.
All right. Yeah, so you just toss out these yeah, what do your soul knives look like as you're throwing them out, conjuring them as you fling your arms towards this armored figure?
They look like sharp fetching sticks.
I love it. Yeah, so these just like almost like stakes, just like whittled down, ethereal looking stakes. You just fling your arms out and they just like hit like into the folds of the armor where it can pierce through, and you just on either shoulder he just like reels back and then growls and like reaches to pull them out as they disappear into nothing. Um, next up is next up is the armored figure. So sorry I got distracted because I wrote the initial for his name, but you guys haven't asked his name yet. So I was like, wait, who the hell is that? But no. So he kind of like squares up after just getting blasted by these two stake fetching sticks. Yeah, I mean, seeing Ugly Jack right in front of them, he's just gonna take two swings at you with his long sword. So that is the first one is garbage. Does that? I'm assuming a 10 does not hit.
Who, Ugly Jack? No way.
How about a 14?
Still no.
Jesus. Yeah, so you're just up in his face, like trying to like make him fall in love with you. Like, come on, man. Like, let's just go behind a tree. And he's just like swinging at you and like kind of flustered because no enemy has ever come at him that like this way before. And he just kind of swings wide both times. Doesn't have much to go within bonus actions right now, so he's just gonna square back up with you and just you can't really see his eyes because it's a darkish forest and he's wearing a helm, so it's like shadowed, but you can feel the glare, like the pissed off annoyance.
I'm sure his eyes are stunning, and he probably would have hit me if I wasn't so right about spending wonderful, beautiful sunsets together.
All right. Next up is Wayne. I consider well, actually, the map hasn't changed because Dwayne didn't move at all, so the map is the same as the last one I sent. But you are the green little rock behind Dwayne's yellow rock.
All right. So Wayne's going to see his instincts are going to kick in here. He's going to go ahead and charge this this figure. So I think if I looked at it correctly, I think it was like roughly like 60 feet. So I was just going to use my movement to up to 30, and then my bonus action to dash to try to get up close.
Oh yeah, you got a cunning action dash from Rogue.
Yep.
Oh yeah, easy enough. Yeah, you can get right up next to you. Weave like bob and weave between Unok and um, Duke, and you end up right next to Ugly Jack, standing right in front of this armored figure. He's kind of like moved up, like he was seated on the log, and then Ugly Jack just kind of rushed him, so he's kind of like standing up on top of this log now, facing you and Ugly Jack.
All right. And can I just like glance around and see if I see my duck anywhere?
Yeah, give me a perception check, and I'm gonna roll a luck check at the same time to see where your fucking duck went. If it even survived the ice. 1 to 10 survived, 11 to 20 did not. I'll roll it in chat. I will say, because Lionel is a magic item, that I'll say that if he gets drop to 0 hit points while in actual duck form, he converts back to his wooden duck form. So you could potentially still find him even if he dies.
Well, I think that motherfucker's lost.
Oh yeah,
6.
he died. And you don't see him anywhere. But you know the creek is somewhere off to your left because it was rolling down. Like it was a small creek and it was kind of just like bubbling down the left side of the path. So you know it is leading in the same ish direction as where you're going, but you don't see the duck anywhere.
Wayne is going to look back, like in just like sheer fits of anger, at this figure and say, "That was my lunch," and then kind of just bare his fangs and ready his rapier. And I think that'll be it for Wayne this round.
You don't want to take an action?
Oh, I can do an action. Why don't?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, ding dong. Yeah, then I'm gonna fucking stab this motherfucker. I don't know why I was thinking my movement was action. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and poke this guy.
Right. Yeah, roll me an attack roll.
18 for a 27.
Yeah, that definitely hits. Roll me some damage.
Okay.
You're rogue, you should get. Actually, no, you're not flanking, so you don't have advantage unless you're a swashbuckler. I think it's just a regular.
No,
Sneak
as long as if there's someone I think within 5 feet, I can have advantage, but or have sneak.
attack. Well, because Ugly Jack is within 5 feet. Um, Rogues of the group. It's been a while since I played Rogue. Will he get
Yeah,
advantage?
yeah, you don't need advantage if
It's okay.
another enemy is within 5 feet, the enemy is not incapacitated, and you don't have disadvantage. He
Okay,
just
yeah.
has to use a finesse weapon or
Okay, yeah.
ranged.
So yeah, so you got sneak attack. So you hit. So roll your damage, and then you got sneak attack on top.
Okay. So let's see.
It's been a
One,
minute since I played a
eight.
rogue.
Okay, so that's going to be 9 points off just the weapon, and then sneak for an additional 11, 12. So 12. Was that 21?
Yeah.
Total.
Wait, what? Is it 11 plus 12? Wait, what? Or 9 plus 12, 21. Yeah. Right, 21 damage. Nice. Yeah, so you, much like the ethereal arcane daggers, or not daggers, I'm sorry, sharpened fetching sticks that Dwayne chucked at this armored figure, you just found a nice, good sweet spot and just thrust your rapier in between the folds of this armor and deal some damage. Alrighty. Next up, is that all you want to? Is that all you got for this turn? Okay. All right. So next up, so as you guys heard those, the howling from earlier, the tramping of footsteps throughout the forest, you hear them grow ever louder, and then turn and look around as the shadowy figures that you saw earlier come out into the forest are from the forest. You know, I'm gonna make these. Man, I wish I had different colored rocks. So they might be kind of hard to see. I'm gonna take a second to turn on some extra lights so they're easier to see. Because my enemy rocks are black, but I also made the circle trees black. So give me 1 second. Okay, that should be better. All right. So you hear this trampling of feet, and the howls and barking grow louder and louder as you all glance around and see these black, smoky forms of what look to be large dogs made of shadow and smoke burst out from the forest, and they surround the path on both the left and the right side, somewhat closer, further away from the armored figure, and closer towards um, the wagon with the kids, and poor Dwayne all by himself right now. It's an updated picture of the map, but it is their turn. They just burned uh, their movement and their action to get into position. But so next up will be um, actually Lobelia. It's an updated picture of the map. Trying not to get a shadow of my hand in there. All right. So Mabel. So the four little black rocks near Dwayne, and in front of him are these hulking beasts of a dog made of shadow and smoke. They are medium sized, but they are dogs. So like I mean, a normal like half orc or a human is medium sized. So these are like big ass dogs, like almost the size of a pony. Um, but they have kind of like moved out towards the edge of the path, and now Lobelia is up. She is looking very scared. She's shuddering and kind of like hiding her face as she hears the barking and the baying of the dogs. But she is actually going to steal herself and um, she's going to hold her notebook close to her chest, filled with what you can only assume is lots of dick pics. Like not dick pics. Wow, that got weird.
She is 15. Where's she getting the? We are taking her to the fantasy court.
um, dick and boob drawings, like she draws all over the temples. Just utter nonsense. And it glows a bright, brilliant blue color. And she stretches out her hand, and she's going to cast Bane on three of the four. What's it called? Shadow Mastiffs. And then she's gonna like hunker back down and stay right there. She's not moving. Next up is Mabel. Mabel is gonna kind of follow suit, seeing that even as scared as Lobelia is, she's still taking action. She's gonna stand up And what is the range on? Let's. Come on, load. 3 feet. Shit. Oh, she's not gonna do that. Pacifist as she is still gonna see the terror of this around her, and she's going to attempt to cast guiding bolt on the closest shadow mastiff. So 46 is just a regular spell attack roll with their modifier, which is that hits. So she just holds out her hand, holding this small, like shortened staff, kind of like almost like a wooden mace, but just a bit longer, kind of just a half staff, if you will, for lack of a better term. And sends out this bolt of green energy as she blasts this shadowy beast with a guiding bolt for 4d6 radiant damage, and the next attack against it will have advantage. That is 6 plus 8 is 14. And she's also going to stay right there protecting the kids. Next up, we're back at the top of the round with Ugly Jack. You are standing right in front of this armored figure, trying to woo him with your wily charms.
So, is there like an amount of charges on this ring, or it's like, what's how does that work exactly?
That's a good question because it did not say that in the random chart that I found. I'm gonna say it has say 3 charges per long rest.
Okay, then as a bonus action, I once again will describe the veranda on my home, at my home, and how we could be swinging together on a porch swing, sipping lemonade. If all he has to do is throw down his arms and take my hand.
All right, give me another persuasion check with advantage.
13.
13. He hesitates slightly with a 13. I will say you've kind of distracted him enough and made him kind of like picture it in his head with the magic power of this ring. I will give him disadvantage on his first attack next turn, but it's not quite enough to fully win him over to put down arms.
Disappointed that he just won't love me. I will grip my battle axe with 2 hands and hit him with a series of attacks. I'm also gonna action surge. I'm not gonna fuck around. I'm gonna hit him with 4 attacks right now.
Won't you love me? Go for it. Give me some attack rolls.
Okay, so these are plus 9 to hit. 12 plus 9 comes out to 21. 3 plus 9 comes out to only a 12.
Misses.
4 plus 9 comes out to a 13. God damn it. And 17 plus 9 becomes, a lot. So I think 2 hits at least.
2 hit. 2 hit for sure.
Okay, as I pummel this dude, the first one 8 damage, the second one 11. So 19 total damage as I begin pummeling this guy with an axe. And I think that's it for Ugly Jack.
Right. Sorry, trying to do quick math here. Okay. So next up is actually Unok. So Unok, you hear behind you like a snarl of excitement as he sees someone just battering this guy um, in front of him, and he's gonna bonus action rage, and then bolt past you, 5, 10, and then come on the right side, like hop over the log and come on the right side of this armored figure, and he's gonna take a swing with his club. He's gonna reckless attack too, I think. Yeah, he's got reckless. Where is he? Unok, there we go. Yeah. So bonus action rage, action, reckless attack. First roll's a 7. Please do better. 8. Oh no. That's a not quite enough. He rolled a 16. So he just kind of runs up and just kind of, as he jumps over, he like tries to swing in midair, and then just comes down weird on the log and just glances off the edge of this armored man's helm. But he has certainly gotten his attention as this young little upstart dwarf just deemed to attack this large mountain of a man. He kind of just slowly turns to look at the Unok. That's going to be his turn. Next up is who the fuck? Oh, Randall. I was like, who the fuck is R? Randall. Seeing that Lobelia casted a spell on the closest. Lobelia and Mabel both cast a spell on the closest shadowy beastie dog. He's gonna long arm point out his hand crossbow and take a shot. Won't get sneak attack, but that will still hit. Sneak attack is a D4, I think, or sneak is a hand crossbow D4 or D6. It's a D4, right? Or is it D6? God damn it.
And crossbow's a D6.
D6, okay. All right. So 1d6 plus proficiency. So he deals 8 damage. Oops, sorry. To this Shadow Mastiff. And so he just gets inspired by his little friends here casting spells out at this. Oh, actually, he had advantage. So let me see if I get a nat 20. Nope, no nat 20. Yeah, he leans out of the wagon real quick, pops off a shot, kind of like hits the mastiff like right behind the jaw, and he just lets out a howl. But he is going to stay back there. Cunning action hide. Rolled shit on his stealth, so he's probably going to be seen if anyone goes for him. Next up is Duke Swellington. Let me send an updated pic of the map for you. So these the 3 black rocks closest towards the bottom of the map that are betraying the mastiffs. They have little white rocks next to them. Those are the mastiffs that have Bane cast on them. So they have disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws. or not disadvantage, D4 subtracted from attack rolls. David throws.
Cool. Well, I raged at this dude who will not be charmed by my masculine woos. So I'm going to use my movement speed to get right up on him. And I believe since he is flanked, that would be advantage. I would like to take two attacks using Great Weapon Master.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, great weaponizer. All right, so that's a what, -5 for +10?
Yep. So first attack is 16.
16 misses.
No worries. Second attack. Come on, advantage. No, fuck me, sideways. Sick. Swing away. Don't know if I have a bonus action that I can do.
You have zero inspiration?
I can't apply it to myself, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah, I was
In
just
this
saying.
moment, I could inspire somebody else. Yeah, we need to kill this guy because my ass needs to go to bed. So I will inspire. Dwayne's right up on him, right? Or who? I'm sorry, Jack.
Yes, yeah, Jack and Unok are right on top of him.
I'm just gonna look
And
over at Jack as
Dwayne.
I'm swinging wildly and just be like, "Why won't he love us?" And inspire him for a D6, and that'll be my turn.
My heart swells with love.
Next up is Dwayne Chapman. You got the Baned Mastiff right next to you. A few more around you. Yeah, what do you want to do?
Well, the smart thing would be to mess with these mastiffs. But since I've been wanting to say this for a while, we're going to dagger
Worth it.
the knight.
All right, give me some attack rolls.
First attack is. Oh, yeah, that's going to hit. 17 plus 8
Yeah, that
for
is.
25. Second one is an 18.
Hits
And third one is a 16,
16.
which is for my offhand. All
Dagger
right,
also hit.
let's get some math rocks going. All right, let's see. Dagger is a d6, so 2 plus 5 is 7, plus sneak attack is another 7, so that's 14, plus an extra d4. You're asking. For 1, so that's 15, plus 2 hunter's marks, so another 2d6. For another 7, 23 points of damage.
Nice. Yeah, you just chuck another 2 sharpened fetching sticks into him, and he just like grunts and almost stumbles back against the log, catching himself. Anything else?
I'll just look at the mastiff and a dog and he say, "Come on, don't listen to this asshole."
He just
And
kind
I'll end my turn.
he like tilts his head like dogs do, just like, huh? Wasn't expecting someone to speak my language. Next up is the armored figure bounty hunter. He is going to. He has disadvantage on his first attack because of your sweet nothings that you whispered into his ear, Lucky Jack.
Oh yeah.
So he's going to. Yeah, he's going to take First attack at you with disadvantage. That is a 18 to hit.
Oh, that'll hit.
All right. So that does 1d8. That is 12 points of slashing damage to you.
Ooh, damn. Okay.
And then he's going to turn and take a slash at Unok. Because this bratty little dwarf ran up and tried to swing at its face. That's going to be a 2 on the die, so that's going to miss. Even with +8, that's not a hit. So Unok just barely he almost trips backwards trying to avoid this slash. Um, and then bonus action, he's just gonna let out another whistle, and you see two of the four mastiffs that are closest to him kind of jerk their heads over and look at him. But that's going to be his turn. Next up is Wayne. You were right up on this guy too. What you got? Are you alive, lizard brain?
Oh my gosh, I'm a ding dong. I was on mute.
Oh, good man.
Oh goddamn. All right, no, I'm going to kind of continue the fury on this guy. I'm going to go ahead and stab him with my rapier there. As long as I guess whatever. I have a companion, I think, next to me.
Yeah, you have multiple.
So I think I'll go in for a little pokey poke.
Poke away.
$18.
18 just hits.
Damn. Okay. So we got a D8, 2 for. Oh my gosh, do I add plus? I think it was a 3. Did my laptop seriously just die on me? No. +6. Oh, sorry. So that's 8 damage. Plus the sneak. 5, 6 for 11. 13 and 16. So I think 16 points of sneak damage, and it was 8 on that regular weapon attack. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, you just stab into him again, taking advantage of his distraction from all your allies surrounding him, and you were just poking away at this guy. Any bonus action?
You know what? Yeah, I think I can do a bonus action bite attack or some sort of bite attack here. It was a oh my gosh, it's right here. Bonus action, Hungry Jaws. As a bonus action, you can make a special attack with your bite. If this deals normal damage and you oh wait, it deals normal damage and you gain +3 temporary hit points.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, roll a hit. Take
All
a
right.
chomp.
Nope, that's a miss.
It was worth a shot. All right. Next up are the Shadow Mastiffs. So they're gonna the two that he whistled at are gonna move 1, 2, 3. They move up and get behind Ugly Jack and um, Wayne. So they're gonna make some attack rolls.
Okay, I found this
What?
on the web
No.
for make some attack rules.
Shut
Check
the
it
fuck up, Siri. Jesus.
She sounds
What the hell? All right. Trying to help out my DM game. All right, so
That was good. That made me laugh.
all right, so Wayne and Ugly Jack, you guys each have 1 bite attack coming for you guys. Wayne, that's a 9 to hit. I'm assuming that misses. Ugly Jack, does a 9 hit?
no, just
Oh,
miss.
okay. That's only 11 to hit Ugly Jack. So they both just kind of like lurch at you guys and try and snap at you with their smoky jaws, and they both miss. You definitely dodge out of the way. Um, uh, Next up, the other 2 mastiffs. One begins circling around behind the wagon. Gets just behind it and it's gonna hold there. The fourth one takes an attack at you, Dwayne. That is a 19 to hit. Does that hit?
Yes. Did that include the Bane?
Oh no, you are right. Minus a d4. So 19 minus a d4 is a 4. So 15. Does a 15 hit?
Just misses.
Oh, right. So he lunges at you, and then at the last second, this bright blue, like arcane light, just nudges his chin to the left, and he snaps right by your face. All right. So next up is Lobelia. She sees this mastiff coming up behind the wagon. She's gonna cast first level guiding bolt at that. Just spell attack. Oh, that hits. So that's 3d6. 46. Jesus. Okay. This guy might be dead. This one has already been hit a lot. 9, 10, 13. Ooh, almost. Yeah, so she just turns around, sees this mastiff kind of edge up to the front of the wagon, and blast him with a guiding bolt of pure blue radiant energy. He takes it square in the jaw, and he's just like this smoky form, like barely staying corporeal, like he's like fading in and out. And she did some heavy. Give it advantage to the next attack. Next up is Mabel. She's gonna turn around. Actually, yeah, because no one's really hurting right now. Fuck it. She's gonna turn around and try and smack this dude in the face with her staff. That fucking hits, actually. Jesus. Yeah, so she just jumps over into the wagon because she was like kind of sitting up front steering. She jumps back into the wagon and just smacks this shadow dog in the face with the staff, and it just shatters into like a dust cloud of shadow as she fucking took out this mastiff. So one is down. Um, Next up is back to the top of the round. Ugly Jack, you were standing in front of this man who will not succumb to your charms.
But why not? I mean, there's room for the dogs. I mean, it's a beautiful veranda. Like you're just not giving credence to this like wonderful view, you know. And the sweet tea, it's sublime. I'm gonna use my last charge to try to convince this guy to love me.
You can go for it.
I was going to use Bardic, but I don't think it's going to help. A 5 becomes a 4.
Yeah, no, he's just you almost had him convinced last turn, and then this one just kind of turns him off even more.
Well, that's it, Clarence. We're done. And I'm going to swing my axe a couple of times. I got, let's see, 17 plus 9, so a lot.
Well, yeah.
26, something like that. 12 plus 9 still comes out to be 21.
Yeah. Both hit.
Nice. All right, let me get some D10 action out of here. First hit is 9 damage. The next is an even 10, so 19 total damage.
19 damage. Nice. Yeah, you guys are just laying into him. He's starting to look a bit rough, a little haggard. He looking a little less confident than he did about 45 seconds ago, as you guys have just quickly surrounded and laid into him. Any bonus actions? Oh wait, no,
Nope,
the
the ring
ring.
was it. That's it for Ugly Jack.
All right, next up is Unok. He has found his sure footing, and he's no longer raging, so he's going to bonus action and rage again. So he didn't get hit last time and did not hit anyone. So he's going to reckless attack for advantage. Oh, God, Unok, why do you suck? Yeah, he misses. He just takes another swing, and just the club he turns his wrist weird, and it just glances off in the guy's helm again, and he's just like, "Fuck, come on!" He's gonna stay right there. Uh, Randall is up next. He's actually gonna pop out and take a shot at the Shadow Mastiff next to Dwayne for a 15 to hit. He's got sneak attack because Dwayne is right there, so it's 3d6 total. Oh, nice. That's a good roll. That's 14 damage to the one next to Dwayne. Yeah, so he just like pops out again and just like pops off another um, little bolt, and it just digs into the jawline of this shadow mastiff that's hounding you, Dwayne. And he's gonna pop back in and hide again. Jesus, his stealth rolls are garbage, even for a rogue. Duke Swellington, you're up next. You guys have this guy surrounded. Two mastiffs have come up. Let me send that to pick, but two mastiffs have come up to harry you guys, but you yourself are kind of free in the clear.
I would recommend just asking everybody if there's anything special, cool they wanted to try with their powers, and then just end the fight.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it seems like you guys are handling this pretty well. So if there's any thematic things you guys would like to pull off,
I mean, my next turn, I was going to take 2 more attacks with Great Weapon Master, so just for shits and giggles.
I don't think
Oh,
either
shit.
of those hit.
21 hit?
let me get one great thematic narrative attack from everyone because you guys are handling this pretty well. You guys would have, beat this encounter within the next few rounds anyway. So if anyone wants to like describe like one thematic, just badass attack, we can form it all together to end this encounter and finish off the one shot. 'Cause it's
Yeah.
getting pretty late for us
I
over here on
imagine-
the East Coast.
Duke's gonna throw down his shield so he can grab his axe with 2 hands and kind of like in a whirlwind jump into the air with a 360, and when he comes down he'll do a defensive flourish, so he'll basically swipe this battle axe across the guy's chest in a like a full extension, and when he comes down he just slams the axe into the ground like kind of shoulder out as if he's like ready to check this dude if he isn't knocked off balance.
All right, next up, Dwayne, thematic badass, like an anime attack moment.
So I see him just holding out his paw and doing like the make it rain motion. Only instead of dollar bills, it's 3 daggers as he just shoots them out at 3 of the random targets.
All right, Wayne, thematic badass anime moment. Go.
So you're just gonna see this maybe while he's fighting one of the other guys, he's gonna kind of swing his tail over and just kind of uh like as he's spinning over, he's going to use one of his maw attacks to just latch onto this guy's skull. He's just going to go over the top Jurassic Park, fucking try to bite his head.
All right, Ugly Jack.
Oh, he could have had it all, but you had to go and kill my horse. I point down the road to Adhesive's mangled body, and Adhesive it was the best free horse I ever had in any of these one shots. And I, with a tear in my eye, bury the axe as deep as it'll go in one swift swing, right in this guy's cranium.
All right, so in a quick flurry of just brutal inspiration, you all impart from Dwayne's soul knife mind link, just hive mind together and form this cohesive attack. Duke Spellington leaping into the air and spinning around in like a whirlwind of fury slashes down as he comes down across this armored foe and then shoulder checks him so he flies up a few feet off of this log. Wayne, seeing his moment, takes a step backwards, plants a foot on the hound's forehead behind him, and leaps into the air, doing like a sideways front flip and cracks down his jaws onto the helm of this this armored man midair, just as behind you we flash back and Dwayne is just dollar bill slashing out soul knives towards just peppering this guy's chest with his sharpened fetching sticks. And as he comes down screaming, Wayne still holding firmly onto his helm to hold him in place, Ugly Jack swings his blade and just cleaves his head clean off. And as you do so, the shadow mastiffs burst into smoke and dissipate quietly into the forest, and all fall silent as you all just stand there, heroically covered in blood. Um, and everyone quickly recovers. You all rush back to the wagon, make sure that everything's okay. Unok looking a little downtrodden from not having done much, but you guys, never mind. You guys don't make him feel better. He's kind of an asshole. But everyone else, you make sure they're okay. You comfort them. You bring them, continue on forward through your adventure after moving the log out of the path. Meet up with Kane, Caverty, deposit these now probably emotionally somehow more scarred than they were when they left children. But you drop them off there, spend the night relaxing, and you get your money and go on your way. Having stopped the bounty hunter hired by some mysterious force to kidnap this mayor's daughter.
So we took the bad kids and we traumatized them into being good kids? Question mark.
Yeah, I mean they're traumatized enough that they probably just won't do much in general when they get home.
Yeah, instead of scared straight, it was scarred straight because we scarred them
We just
forever.
took murdering a horse and some guy and a couple of other things.
They just all run home. I promise I won't be bad ever again, Mom. Just don't send me away.
Just keep away the lizard.
Let's keep away the fucking lizard.
I like how you had to say heroically covered in blood because we all know there was an instance where at least one of us was very unheroically covered in blood.
Very unheroically.
Yeah, unheroically.
Yeah.
You straight up just murked just some random dude who you just made an assumption. I mean, it wasn't a baseless assumption, but you made an assumption that he was at some point in his life not a great guy, and you just fucking killed him.
Well, I was told he was a tree. Of course, I'm gonna go for him.
Yeah, I mean he was shady, like
He was
McGruff the crime dog. He checked the guy out. He was clearly a drug dealer, and he was just cleaning up the streets by feeding him to Wayne.
I think we did good.
Yeah, he didn't have to follow me into the alley for stolen goods.
I mean, make a fair point.
What? I mean, he was like
Man.
pushing silverware.
Well, shit, guys, it's been a pleasure, but I'm gonna have to take off. I got a few things I gotta knock out before bed. So, keep in touch, guys. It's always been fun, and we'll do this again soon.
Yeah, I'm gonna go die now, but great one shot. Fucking
Yeah, great
hilarious
one shot,
night,
Alec.
guys.
Lots of fun, Alec. Thanks.
Yeah, bro. Catch you later.